Honorable delegates, can we please observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation? Thank you very much. You may be seated. Ask Advocate Pindela. Ask Advocate Pindela about the ruling. And also tell him that we will take Gwenya. Myself and Gwenya will do the first debate, and then Jomo must do the last one. Yes, it is here. It is done. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable members, before we start, good morning. Before we start with anything, I just want to remind the honorable members that today, the 25th of May, we usually observe Africa Day. And I thought I should remind the members of this house that we are part of the continent of Africa, and that today it is being celebrated under a very important theme, and that is the one of the Africa Free Trade Agreement. I'm sure the ministers will elaborate a little bit on that, but I also think it's important for us in the NCOP, since we are not going to have any debate or any observation immediately, that we be reminded that we are observing the existence of the continent, the cradle of mankind. That is what is important. And before we continue, someone whispered into my ear that there is an outstanding ruling that should have been brought to this house. We will just allow the table to find out how far the ruling is, and as soon as we received it, we will make sure that we will deliver the ruling to the members. Honorable members, delegates, before we proceed, let me remind you of the rules relating to virtual and hybrid meetings and sittings, in particular sub-rules 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103, which provide as follows. The hybrid sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces. Delegates in the hybrid sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in a sitting of the National Council of Provinces. For purposes of the quorum, all delegates who are logged onto the virtual platform shall be considered present. Delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak, and they should ensure that the microphones on their electronic devices are muted and must always remain muted unless they are permitted to speak. All delegates in the chamber must connect to the virtual platform, as well as insert their cards to register on the chamber system. Delegates who are physically in the chamber must use the floor microphones. All delegates may participate in the discussions through the chat room. In addition, I would like to remind delegates that the interpretation facility should be active. Permanent delegates, special delegates, SALGA representatives, and members of the executive on the virtual platform are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on the electronic devices is properly activated to facilitate access to the service. Permanent delegates, special delegates, SALGA reps, and members of the executive in the chamber should use the interpretation instruments on their desks to access the interpretation facilities. Honorable delegates, before we proceed, let me take the opportunity to welcome the Minister and the Deputy Minister of Small Business Development, the Minister and the Deputy Minister of Trade, Industry and Deputy, should I say Ministers of Trade, Industry and Competition, the Minister and Deputy Minister of Tourism that will join us, all permanent delegates, MECs, all special delegates, as well as SALGA reps into the House. Honorable delegates, I have been informed that there will be no notices of motion or motions without notice. That said, we will now proceed to the first and second orders. The policy debate on budget vote 36, small business development, and the policy debate on budget vote 39. Trade, Industry and Competition. Appropriation Bill B3 2023, National Assembly Section 77. And I will now call on the Honorable Stella Ndabeni-Abrahams, Minister of Small Business Development, to open the debate. Good to give the word. House Chair, honorable members of the NCOP, ministers and deputy ministers, honorable members, DGs, officials from our departments, board chairs and CEOs of the respective agencies, distinguished guests, entrepreneurs, small and medium businesses, and of course, the cooperatives of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the 60th anniversary of the signature of the founding charter of the African Union, which was found in Addis Ababa in 1963. On this day, we celebrate the promise and potential of the continent and its people's heritage and diversity. This year's theme is accelerating the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement implementation. Having the population and youth dividend on its side, I think we all agree that the next few decades will belong to Africa. There is no doubt that the continent is the center of future demand in consumption, and we have the entrepreneurial spirit to get there and change the process of consuming to being innovators. I would like to dedicate this Africa Day to the youth of our beautiful continent. As Tony Elumelu, one of the continent's greatest entrepreneurs, reminds us, and I quote, "Young entrepreneurs and those they inspire are the lifeblood of Africa's rise. Only entrepreneurship creates opportunities when none seemingly exists," and I close the quote. Honorable Chair, the focus of this address is to provide an update on the work done by the department and our agencies since the last budget vote address, and of course, to outline plans for this year, which is the last year of the 6th administration. In the last budget vote, honorable members, we committed to provide business finance to startup businesses and invest in existing businesses to give them the much needed support for their own growth. The budget vote we're tabling today sets out the achievements from the previous year and highlights our ambition and allocative decisions for the period ahead. The budget is aimed at leveraging partnerships and resources from across the SMME and cooperatives ecosystem. This is the approach called for in our National Integrated Small Enterprise Development Strategic Framework, what you know as NISAT, which is the third iteration SMME strategy for our country, and which was completed in the past financial year as promised in last year's budget vote address. Honorable members, I'm sure we all appreciate that we are operating in an extremely difficult and volatile global context. The International Monetary Fund forecasts that up to 1/3 of economies around the world could enter recession this year, and inflationary pressures remain high. This has resulted in what many now refer to as a cost of living crisis. The small businesses are especially threatened by rising factor costs and reduced consumer demand. In our country, we also have load shedding, which makes life difficult for small businesses. Despite the current difficulties faced by SMMEs and cooperatives, we remain convinced that SMMEs will be the drivers of our economy's growth, jobs, and transformation. Building a thriving SMME sector will give us a faster growing and more equal economy. This is aligned to the National Development Plan, which suggests that an upward of 85% of new jobs, between 60% and 80% of new economic value will come from the small businesses. The Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan also prioritizes SMMEs as the core building block of a more inclusive economy, as we seek to make sure that we leave no one behind. Our approach is the portfolio to the development of the sector we're responsible for is fivefold. The first pillar is to cut red tape and address regulatory impediments facing SMMEs and cooperatives.
Having completed the regulatory impediments to SMME study, we will this year work with various sector departments to develop the regulatory reform action plan, against which we can monitor the reduction of SMME red tape across government. We want to count on this House to make sure that when we bring those amendments of the different legislations, this House will make sure that we fast track the process. We beg all members, irrespective of the political parties that they come from, to ensure that we create a conducive environment for the small businesses to thrive. As things stand, we are reviewing the Businesses Act Act number 71 of 1991, as it was amended in 1993. We've completed the review process, and we are about to introduce the amendment bill to Parliament by the end of the financial year 2023-2024, through which the Act will be repealed and a fit-for-purpose legislation enacted. This will address many of the business licensing issues faced by the SMMEs. Salo, everywhere sisiya, osomashishini abamancane bayakhalaza malunga nokususa kwabo kwindawo abathengisa kuzo ngenxa ye-bylaws ezenziwa ngurhulumente. Omasipala abathile bakwenza oko kuba besithi basebenzisa umthetho. Yiloo nto ke silisebe sithe kunyanzelekile lo mthetho siwutshintshe khona ukuze uzawurecognize into yoba abantu baseMzantsi Afrika banelungelo lokushishina kwaye bashishine kwindawo eziza kwenza ukuthi lukwazi urhwebo uba lihambisane. Our red tape at municipal level and the progress on it, we have Mel Salga, who will pronounce on interventions post their National Members Assembly in August. This year, we will assist 30 municipalities to develop red tape reduction action plans, building on the 20 that we have supported this past year. We will also proceed on the establishment of the Ombuds Office, which was held back to enable the processes of the merger of SEDA, CIFA, and the CBDA to progress as it required an amendment to the same bill, the National Small Enterprise Act. This year, we'll also move to establish the Small Business Advisory Body as envisaged in the National Small Enterprise Act of 1996, as amended. Honorable Chair, the second pillar of our work is to enable access to markets. South Africa remains a very concentrated economy by international standards, a legacy of our apartheid past. Through its market linkage program, we will link 250 products manufactured by SMME and cooperatives to domestic markets this financial year. We pledge all of you to please buy products that are produced in South Africa. Here is the collaborative partnership with Proudly SA, which includes the establishment of an e-commerce platform managed and run by Proudly SA. Through SEDA, we are implementing our comprehensive small business exporter development program, designed to build export readiness and fund emerging exporters to participate in trade shows, in exhibitions, whether virtual or physical, and business-to-business engagements outside of South Africa, with a special focus on African markets and women entrepreneurs through the program we call She Trades ZA. We are serious about unlocking the opportunities of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. As a result, we are setting aside 25 million rands for this support. South Africa will host the Global Entrepreneurship Network Africa Plus, which will bring leaders and entrepreneurs from across the continent to see how we can create a more effective continental SMME and startup ecosystem. This is key to making the Africa Continental Free Trade Area work and to build that inclusive economy that we're talking about. The other significant market access support we provide is the portfolio is in the area of enterprise supplier development. Both our agencies, SEDA and CIFA, are collaborating on our ESD work. SEDA, for example, is partnering with SAPI and SAFCOL in Mpumalanga, Lafarge in the Northwest, Pick n Pay in the Western Cape, Gold One Mine in the East Rand, SIOC in the Northern Cape, and RMI in a number of provinces, to mention a few. CIFA has supported 51 SMMEs to gain access to corporate value chain markets. These were supported with a 201 million rands revolving credit facility to provide goods and services to corporates such as Tiger Brands, United Exports, Grain SA, Cotton SA, Rainbow Chicken Limited, and Mondi, amongst others. The third pillar of our strategy, honorable members, is access to finance. For the financial year ending 31st March 2023, SIFA, through its development finance interventions and programs, financed 74,762 SMMEs and cooperatives and disbursed 2.4 billion rands to these enterprises. Through these disbursements, SIFA was able to reach 74,486 Black-owned SMMEs to the value of 2.1 billion rands. 15,535 youth-owned businesses to the value of 564 million rands, 72,651 women-owned businesses to the value of 928 million rands, 2,953 township-based businesses to the value of 541 million rands, 66,302 rural-based businesses to the value of 952 million rands. Collectively, these fund interventions have created 32,665 new jobs and sustained 71,882 existing jobs. SIFA, through this budget vote, will seek to approve loan finance to the value of 2.5 billion rands and disburse just over 2.2 billion to 93,000 small businesses and cooperatives. Of these planned disbursements across the direct lending, wholesale lending, informal and microfinance, and KCG instruments, 13% will go to the Eastern Cape, 6% to the Free State, 24% to Gauteng, 15% to KwaZulu-Natal, 7% to Limpopo, 9% to Mpumalanga, and 5% to the Northern Cape, whilst we give 6% to the Northwest and 15% to the Western Cape. This is based on the demand of the SMMEs that have made applications for access of the funds that we're talking about. Of course, honorable members, this is an improvement from last year, with more resources now going to poorer, less developed provinces. We will continue with this to ensure more equitable economic activity across our beautiful country. We will definitely leave no one behind. The department has also finalized the SMMEs and cooperatives funding policy, which will accelerate addressing the credit gap through expanded access to finance and early stage investment. Enabling youth entrepreneurship is a priority for our department. For this financial year, 122 million rands has been allocated to the Youth Talent Fund. The Township and Rural Entrepreneurship Program, which is popularly known as TREP, is aimed at supporting local productive business ventures in townships and rural areas. For the previous year, we set a target of supporting 20,000 enterprises and surpassed this target, providing financial and or non-financial support to 23,344 enterprises located in townships and in rural areas. This year, we've increased the target to 30,000 enterprises and have allocated 909 million rands for the program that we're talking about. The provincial breakdown of the 30,000 enterprises targeted by TREP in 2023-24 is as follows. The Eastern Cape will receive support for 3,916 enterprises. Free State will receive support of 1,760, Gauteng 6,243, KwaZulu-Natal 5,961, Limpopo 3,372, Mpumalanga 2,552, Northern Cape 951, Northwest 2,116, and Western Cape 3,129. These are clearly disaggregated by district, which will allow effective alignment with the district development model planning and processes. Of this 909 million TREP allocation, 500 million rands goes to CEDA, and it will be broken as follows. 250 million rands to equipment targeting SMMEs with turnover less than 3 million rands. 110 million rands for product markets, which will be piloted in 7 district municipalities. 70 million rands to energy support for product markets, 50 million rands for general dealer support, and additional 30 million rands for spaza shop support. SIFA's allocation to TREP is 409 million rands. We take 200 million rands for township and rural businesses for power purchase product, 209 million rands normal TREP lending. In addition, SIFA will allocate 220 million rands for other businesses for the power purchase product because load shedding is really hitting hard on the small businesses. 100 million is set aside in SIFA for automotive aftermarket support. Businesses can get up to 1 million rands of which 100,000 rands is a grant. 32 million rands is set aside for stock for spaza shop support and will be implemented through CIFA and CEDA. We've traveled the country. Most of our people are complaining about the influx of the foreigners in the spaza shop area, and we are trying to reclaim the business back to South Africans. The other financial support instruments we have as the portfolio include the Informal and Micro Enterprise Development Program, which is a 100% grant offered to informal and micro enterprises from the minimum grant of 500 rands up to 15,000 rands in order to assist them to be competitive and sustainable. This program, we have allocated 20 million rands. And of course, we intend to support 1,333 informal businesses this financial year. Chairperson, we are aware of the challenges that our cooperatives are facing as a result. Through our Cooperatives Development Support Program, we have set aside 73 million rands to assist them with assets. This program will be rolled in various provinces as follows: 13% Eastern Cape, 12% Free State, 10% Gauteng, 12% KwaZulu-Natal, 14% Limpopo, 9% Mpumalanga, 8% Northern Cape, 12% Northwest, and 10% to the Western Cape. We are deliberating empowering our communities to create opportunities for self-sufficiency through cooperatives. And the fourth pillar is access to business development services. Our core here is to make sure that we provide space in incubation and entrepreneurship support. For this administration, we had set a target of 100 incubators. And as we speak, we have 110 incubators nationally that align to government's priority sectors. These 110 incubators are broken into different sectors of the economy. For the previous financial year, a total of 2,507 SMMEs were supported via the incubation program, and 1,607 jobs were created, while 6,995 jobs were sustained. A total of 148 million rands has been put aside for incubation for this financial year. Of this, a total of 44 million rands has been put aside to implement the approved 11 incubators in rural and township areas. In total, we have allocated 702 million rands to enterprise development and the CEDA technology program. The ANC government is committed to building a more equal economy. We also have the shared infrastructure facility, which is aimed at improving market infrastructure and SMME precincts and hubs to support local SMME trading and production. Just like you walk into malls of the bigger corporates, we also want you to walk into the markets that are providing services through small businesses. We have provided support to Chris Hani Development Center. We have provided support to King Dalindyebo Ndozonke Market in the Eastern Cape, Litsatsi Retail Space in the Free State, Mahigang Trade Market Project in Northwest, Kokosi Container Structures Precinct, and the Spartan Industrial Hub in Gauteng, the Manguzi Precinct Market Stalls, and the Kwamashu Train Station Product Market in KwaZulu-Natal, the Cultivate Trading, Manufacturing, and Agricultural Facility in Limpopo, and the Informal Sector SMME Villages in the Northern Cape are what we have supported in the previous financial year. The last pillar is to build our capacity and capabilities to deliver in all of this. We've finalized our organogram. We're in the process of filling in the vacancies. We are finalizing the process towards the business development plan that goes to the merger of the three agencies that I spoke about in order to strengthen the DDM plans. We've appointed district development champions in order to enhance the work that we do at a district level. We are rolling out our digital SMME license application systems, including systems integration and interoperability. We are also this year implementing key partnerships with the Department of Higher Education, through which CEDA, together with the National Skills Fund, will train 1,500 graduates and support 12,500 spaza shops and general dealers with business development support training. With the wholesale and retail CETA, 3,000 spaza shops and general dealers will be receiving a stock of up to 6,000 rands and training on stock management. With MERCETA, we are training 600 employees of SMMEs in the automotive industry to obtain trade certificates for a period of 2 years. In addition, 300 SMMEs within the automotive sector will receive business development support training. With South African breweries, that is going to invest an average of 100 million rands a year in small business development in our country, including in township economic revitalization program. With Tiger Brands on supporting SMMEs in the agriculture and food distribution value chain, with the JSE to develop a pipeline of small businesses for the JSE Accelerator Program. Chairperson, we are committed in ensuring that the designated groups participate in the economic growth of our country. We have developed our gender, youth, and disability strategy. One of the objectives is to provide entry points for increased inclusion of women, youth, and persons with disabilities into all SMME development and financing initiatives to benefit equitably from these initiatives. We have funds that support these designated groups. For our disabled entrepreneurs, SIFA administers Amavulandlela Fund, which is administered there.
As you conclude.
We are
Honourable
continuing with the
Minister.
Youth Challenge Fund, as I indicated. We thank Parliament, we thank honourable members, the department and the counterparts for the support that they've provided to us. And honourable Chair, as you agreed that I must conclude, I now want to make sure that I plead with everyone here that despite the challenges we face as a country, the people know that the ANC remains the leading force of change in the country and carries the hopes and aspirations of our people. I have no doubt whatsoever that we will succeed. Ma Africa, let us all unite and toil together to give the best we have to Africa, the cradle of mankind and fount of culture, our pride and hope at break of dawn. Maibuye.
Africa. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much, Nkosaza. We will continue with the debate, and we will now call on the Minister Ibrahim Patel, the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition. Over to you, Minister.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Minister Ndabeni Abrahams, Deputy Minister Majola and Deputy Minister Gina, MECs, honorable members of the NCOP, fellow South Africans. Today, as our presiding officer has said, is Africa Day. It's about celebrating our continent, this continent that is the birthplace of humankind, but also a continent that has been through hundreds of years of colonialism and is now addressing the legacy of that past. A continent of young people, energetic, connected, increasingly urbanized, and keen to change our storyline. As we observe Africa Day, we must continue to show commitment to the integration of our continent and the development of value chains, trade, and investment across Africa. Honorable members, despite extraordinary headwinds and challenges, we have made considerable progress with pursuing the goals of growth and transformation. And we've laid substantial foundations for economic recovery based on increased investment, industrialization, localization, and trade. We promised last year in this House to focus on industrial development in at least 25 districts across the country. We have met and indeed exceeded that target. We now have at least one project that we finance or that we partner in 49 of the 52 districts. And I want to highlight a few of those projects. Last week, as part of the presidential Imbizo, I visited the Cape Winelands district. This is the heart of South Africa's industry for grapes, for apricots, pears, cherries, apples, citrus, and many fruits. A place of mountains and valleys and rivers with a beauty that takes your breath away. A place where about 1 million citizens live and over 300,000 are working. Within just this one district, we identified more than 50 actions, projects, and partnerships by the DTIC Group that contributes to jobs, to innovation, to opportunities for small businesses, and to exports. It is in this district that DTIC actions save thousands of jobs at the Worcester Rainbow Chicken facility when a flood of poultry imports threatened to destroy those jobs. And we put tariffs in place as part of the poultry master plan. It is in this district in Ashton where one factory alone employs more than 4,000 workers at the height of the season that produces 60 million cans of fruit a year. It was saved from closure last year following engagement between the DTIC and the company, as well as partnerships from workers and local farmers. It is in the same district where two companies, Heineken, when it bought controlling stake in Distell, and Shoprite Checkers, agreed to competition settlements with the DTIC that secured workers' shares in the firms that they work for, resulting in more than 3,000 workers benefiting in that district municipality alone. The DTIC Group also provides financial support to established businesses and to new black industrialists in the areas. This Saturday, the Stormers take on the Munsters, an Irish team in the finals of the United Rugby Championships. And a few days ago, Jeanette Hilton Gericke, the owner of the clothing factory, and Roseanne Haynes, a sewing machinist, gave President Ramaphosa a Stormers jersey made with the hands of South African workers. And it's at the same factory that we make the Bafana Bafana jerseys, the Sundowns jerseys, the SA Netball team supporters jerseys. It's in the same district that government provides support to black industrialists and to farmers, such as Into Energy, who are into rooftop solar and water treatment projects, or Worcester Farmer in cherries and almonds, and the reopening of the old Hextex textile factory by Tina Iboka, and the funding of the development of an app by Njabulo Kulu that allows small businesses to list services, schedule appointments, and manage times while they do their business. On the same trip, we visited the factory in Stellenbosch that makes an electric three-wheel delivery vehicle led by Neil Dupree of Mellow Vans and a team of innovators supported by the IDC and the DTIC. I've raised examples from this one district and a small number of examples from a much wider group. But our work is reaching many different parts of the country. And in the available time, honorable members, I want to look at a few of the areas of success and where we've been able to get traction in the economy. Let me take the example of KZN. The DTIC provided an incentive that supported the expansion of the Sapisyco dissolving pulp mill that was officially opened by the president in KZN. It creates jobs, jobs in forestry, jobs in the factory. It gets South Africa export earnings. We also opened the Hesto Harness factory that employs 4,000 workers in Kwadukuza in KwaZulu-Natal, making wire harnesses. DeFi completed its white good manufacturing investment facility in eZakheni, valued at 317 million rand. This means jobs. This means investment. In Mpumalanga, I opened a new facility in the Highveld Steel Complex, manufacturing railway lines for the South African market and for export to other African markets. And one of the poultry farms that I told the NCOP this August House of last year has now been able to open for production. In the Eastern Cape, that is the home of the auto industry of South Africa. And Honorable Gai would be pleased to know that Isuzu launched its new D-Max Bakkie, produced by the hands of workers of the Eastern Cape, using the facilities of the Auto Master Plan. And we supported new component production for the Mercedes C-Class vehicle. In Northwest, we secured exports of grapefruit through working with a large global importer. And the IDC funded a plant to process crude nickel sulfate into pure battery-grade material that can be used for energy storage. In Gauteng, we promised last year that 11 automotive component plants would be completed in the Tshwane SEZ in support of Ford's major new investment. 10 factories were opened, employing more workers than projected, just over 2,500 in all. Just a few years ago, that was Openveld. Today, these factories are humming, producing parts and creating jobs for South Africa. In the Northern Cape, construction is underway for a large energy project by a Saudi investor, Aqua, announced at the South African Investment Conference. And we supported the efforts of the Lulu Group to import raisins and grapes from the province to Middle Eastern markets. If you haven't had the grapes and the dates and the raisins, please do so. Very tasty. In Limpopo, talking of fruit, we worked on with a large retailer to be able to source avocado, lemons and oranges from the province, and we backed a number of mining and other projects. In the Free State, the IDC funded a poultry farm. But in May last year, Hangda Trading opened its production in Tabanchu. The factory manufactures billets and steel angle irons and steel tubes as well as rebar. It employs 300 people. A helium project did its first test production in Free State, and a poultry farm has now opened. I gave many examples of the Western Cape, so let me just conclude with one of it. Sigma opened its call centers, employing workers from Mitchells Plain and Khayelitsha in the Western Cape. And there are moving human stories behind these bland announcements of opening. Stories like Nokwazi Mbele, a young, vibrant program manager at a factory in Kwadukuza that makes wire harnesses for cars. Or nuclear engineer, Dr. Ramatsemela Masango, who manufactures electrical inverters. Or Sanele Lutuli, a production analyst producing pulp that will go on to be used for making viscose and pharmaceuticals. Or Mike Nkuna and Rashid Gutta, who both run their own furniture manufacturing businesses and are now supported with the furniture master plan. Or Cornelius Grevau, who works at a factory that makes bottles and the drinking glass used by the president during the SONA meeting. Or disabled workers Kylie Turner and Tato Mbele, who works at a factory that makes plugs that previously was imported, and we're now supporting that company to get orders from more retailers. Or trainees, Nwabisa Bavuma and Garrison Kotse, who work at a company that makes these underwater LED lights and the cameras used for cables that connect South Africa with the rest of the world. But it's not just these human stories, it's also how we're transforming structurally our economy. We committed last year to host a conference of Black exporters. We met that commitment and we held it together with a wider focus on Black industrialists that attracted more than 1,000 participants and showed the progress that were made. Black-owned firms are now involved in space technology, in food, in engineering, in the making of car components, in poultry, in sugar production, in clothing, in skincare, in pharmaceuticals. We promised to launch the Japan-South Africa Business Forum and the Saudi Arabia-South Africa Business Council. We made that promise last year. Both bodies were launched. But we also held business forums with Cote d'Ivoire, Kenya, Tanzania, Botswana, Spain, and the United Kingdom. And we visited a supermarket in Saudi Arabia that's now importing 340 million rands worth of products to their chains across the Middle Eastern markets. We promised that 55 deals would be finalized under the DTIC JP Morgan Small Business Partnership. And I know that Minister Ndabeni Abrams will be very happy to hear that they exceeded that target and 70 enterprises were supported. We promised that 6 Black-owned poultry farms would be opened, supported by the IDC. 5 of the 6 have already opened and sold their first chickens, and 1 is under construction, and they include a number of different provinces. We promised that the DTIC supported film, The Woman King, telling the story of a female warrior army in Dahomey in West Africa, which was co-funded by the IDC, will be released, telling our story as Africans. It had its world premiere at the Toronto International Film Festival in September last year, and it's available on Netflix globally. We promised 200 Black women and youth businesses and persons will be assisted with export training and support. We exceeded this target. 700 individuals were trained in 8 provinces. We committed to meet the target of 1.2 trillion rand investment commitments over a 5-year period. The president announced at the conference held in April this year that we exceeded that target, securing pledges of just over 1.5 trillion rand in that period. On Africa Day, I am pleased to say that we met our target for the work on the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and our promise that an offer will be developed for SACU. The DTIC is now taking a roadshow to all provinces to highlight the details of the AfCFTA, what it means for firms, what it means for local businesses. Sugar is important to KZN and Mpumalanga. We made progress with the Sugar Master Plan when the 3-year contract period expired. And the health protection levy, the postponement of the increase was agreed for a further 2 years. And we're now working on the problems that Tongaat Hulett is undergoing as a result of fraud by company insiders. And I want to turn to the current financial year. Spatial development and fairness is important to delegates of the NCOP. To address spatial inequities, we'll take a number of steps. First, we're working with all agencies of the DTIC group to decentralize opportunities across more provinces. We are targeting that up to 15 billion rand in industrial incentives should be approved outside the 5 main metros. In June, we will be publishing for public comment our intention to establish a special economic zone in Namakwa in the Northern Cape, which will open beneficiation opportunities in an area with large deposits of zinc and which is in the proximity of the new green hydrogen hub of Boegoebaai. This is an important step to find ways to beneficiate more of our minerals. In a new step for the department, we will undertake outreach visits, programs in 52 district municipalities and metros, 1 visit to each district and every province in South Africa. Where possible, working in partnership with other departments, including bringing to local communities the funding agencies, the ability to register a company, to register for tax and business support. Yesterday, I provided the National Assembly with a number of key targets that we will seek to meet in the year ahead. They include 400 billion rand in new investment commitments, 40 billion rand in additional local output, 800 billion rand in manufactured exports to the rest of the world, 1 million workers to be covered by DTIC-linked programs or measures and partnerships, and 20,000 more workers with shares in the companies they work for. We will also target to export 330 billion rand to other African countries in the course of this financial year. Subject to approval of the SACO offer, we plan to start trading under the African Continental Free Trade Area, building on the foundations we've laid last year. Honourable members, while our efforts have focused on supporting and protecting existing jobs, given the size of the unemployment challenge, our industrial policy is based on identifying new sectors with potential to growth. They include the medical value chain, like medical devices, vaccines, cannabis used for medical purposes and other products. In the green value chain, solar and wind energy components, battery manufacturing and electric vehicles. In the digital value chain, AI, that's artificial intelligence applications, 3D printing, high-end call centers, and attracting digital migrants. And in the food value chain, covering fruit and meat and nuts, oils, and processed products. Energy continues to be the foundation of industrialization, and I've announced 8 major actions that the DTIC will take to contribute and support partner departments in addressing the energy crisis. But we're also shifting the focus of our BEE program. Instead of aiming to get 5% or 10% in an existing company, we're actively trying to increase the number of firms in the economy, backing Black industrialist firms. But we also want to widen empowerment. So we are now promoting a greater level of worker ownership in the economy. And just last year alone, more than 100,000 additional workers were able to obtain shares in the companies that they work for, giving them additional dividends, and a number of cases giving them a seat on the board of the company. So over the next few months, we'll be working actively. I can, in the available time, just highlight a few areas, Deputy Chairperson. In June, Procter & Gamble will launch their production facility for Ariel laundry liquid in Kempton Park. And Via Aluminium will launch a secondary smelter producing aluminium alloys, and it's located in Tembisa. In July, the DTIC Group will launch formally the Energy Resilience Scheme, 1.3 billion rand for small and medium enterprises in particular, and a one-stop shop on energy. Future Life will start producing cereal in Dube Trade Port. The DTIC will host the BRICS Trade Ministers meeting, and the construction of the Orion Engineered Carbons black oil tank project will be completed, Honorable Gai. In a site handover of brick manufacturing that's owned by two black young females in Mokopane, we hope to complete that in that month. In August, Tetra Pak will complete the manufacturing facility in KZN. The IDC-backed black-owned firm will begin planting almonds and cherries in the Boland. And in September, Madinda Utilities will have completed implementation of the investment in manufacturing electrical hardware for the telecoms industry. And a black-owned citrus farm will have commenced planting in KwaZulu-Natal with IDC support. In October, we hope to have held the Workers' Conference celebrating ownership by workers of shares in their companies, and Future Life will complete construction of their cereal production facility. The update of the green hydrogen strategy would have been done. And in November, Wilma will launch the edible oil refinery in Richards Bay, which will boost localization content of cooking oil. So when we cook, you can use more locally refined cooking oil.
As you conclude, Honorable Minister.
And as I conclude, Honorable Chair, I've spoken of many actions in the economy, of work we're doing with cars and food and pharmaceuticals, of jobs that have been created, of investment that has been mobilized. But the DTIC work is also about building the South African story, our narrative, of telling our wider story, both now and our history. One film series supported by the DTIC, Shaka Ilembe, is due to be released shortly. It sets out the story of an extraordinary man and an early nation builder. And I look forward to having feedback from members of the NCOP on how well we are telling our story. I thank you, Chairperson, for this opportunity to set out the work of the department. We've taken just a small sample to illustrate the depth of work and how working together with business and with workers and with provinces and with local government, we can in fact grow the economy and grow it in an inclusive manner. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The next to continue the debate will be Honorable Mandla Gai, the Chairperson of the Select Committee of Trade and Industry, Economic Development, Small Business Development, Tourism, Employment and Labor. Over to you, Honorable Gai.
And sweeping namhlanje. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair, and greetings to you, greetings to the ministers, the deputy ministers, MECs, permanent and special delegates, as well as the DGs of the two departments and the staff. Happy Africa Day. South Africa's economy history has been characterized by ruling elites that control the country's mineral wealth, particularly that of diamonds, gold, iron ore, and platinum. From the 1890s through to the 1990s, this wealth was shared between the white English and Afrikaner capital that has ruled the economic landscape for most of South Africa's modern economic history. The ERRP's goal of creating a new economy that differs from that which existed at the time of the crisis before the crisis requires extensive structural transformation. Structural transformation, as we understand it, has several dimensions. First, it means breaking the chains of our colonial defined place in the imperialist division of labor as producer and exporter of primary products by moving to higher value added production. This must involve industrializing and reindustrializing in such a way that it supports a broad-based rise in incomes through the creation of higher income and higher quality livelihoods, as well as greater inclusivity. This does not mean just growing the manufacturing sector in a narrow sense, though it includes this. It will also include promoting mineral beneficiation, adding more value to mineral commodities rather than exporting them as dead out of the ground, as well as smart agriculture, aiming inter alia at capturing more of value chains of exported product. History teaches us that almost all but a few countries that have broken out of the underdevelopment and poverty have done so by undergoing such structural transformation. History also teaches us that all those who have followed this path, without exception, have implemented state-led, high-impact industries. Industrial policy therefore has a central pillar of structural transformation. Some of the structural constraints that continue to reproduce our challenges include, amongst others, the lack of coherence between our skills development policy and industrial policy, which means that firms tend to privatize the necessary training that merits public provisions, which implies a bias against smaller firms. According to the Competition Commission latest report, measuring concentration and participation in South African economy, the number of large firms has grown by an average of 3%, while the number of SMMEs declined by an average of 9% from 2012 to 2016. This indicates that there is a poor survival rate for SMMEs in our economy. SMEs are key creators of jobs, and without their increased participation, we may not be able to effectively liberate our people from the clutches of poverty and joblessness. The imperative for addressing high levels of concentration and low levels of participation in the economy extends beyond the Competition Commission to all areas of government and civil society. Regulatory frameworks, licensing processes, and procurement across government directly impact the spread of ownership and opportunities for effective participation in the economy, which ultimately impact concentration. Some proactive intervention are achievable through the Competition Commission's ability to undertake market inquiries. Industrial policy refers to efforts by the state to shape the sectoral allocation of the economy and promote structural transformation by targeting specific industries, firms, or economic activities. This includes both firm-focused measures and general efforts to improve economic performance. The ANC-led government, through the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, has taken a different, clear, and bold approach on industrial policy and structural transformation. In the current APP, it places at the center the structural transformation through industrialization, which will be a success if the African continent free trade area can be steered towards development integration and the emergence of new regional value chains. More opportunities for deeper industrialization will be created not just in South Africa, but across the continent. This, we believe, should involve greater inclusivity. We believe that we are on the path to develop an economic framework to support a sustained economic development necessary to catapult the majority of South Africa into improved livelihoods and able to realize their full human potential. Conventional approaches have not been able to do this over the past 3 decades, nor have they transformed the deeply unequal and highly corporatized economy inherited from the colonial and apartheid eras. On small economic zones, among other strategic intervention is a Special Economic Zones program, which specifically include targeted economic activities supported through special arrangements, which includes laws, regulations, incentives, and systems that are different from those that apply in the rest of the country. Special Economic Zone seeks to create a sustainable environment for foreign and domestic direct investment, build sector-based industries, which will help South African economy to develop in strategic industrial capabilities. The Special Economic Zone program serves as a key policy program underpinning special integrated industrial development, particularly in the context of unlocking or optimizing South Africa's comparative and competitive advantages. The SEZ program has now entered a full implementation phase, with designated SEZs continuing to show positive progress in terms of the number of investors operating in the zones. The number of designated special economic zones in South Africa has now reached 10, covering 7 provinces. These SEZs are real and practical drive at industrializing our economy. For example, in Gauteng, 10 newly built factories opened in New Tshwane Auto Special Economic Zone last year, producing parts for the new Ford Ranger the Honorable Minister was referring to, Ford Ranger Bakkie. A total of 3,200 additional manufacturing jobs were created in Ford and its suppliers. The new vehicle that the minister referred to in the Eastern Cape, which is the Isuzu G-Max, began rolling off the production line in Gqeberha not so long ago. In KwaZulu-Natal, government supported Toyota to get this plant back to production after the devastating 2022 April floods. The spin-offs of these are jobs and sustained economic growth, which may not see the impact immediately, but the seeds are being sown for the economic development. On state capability, what will further strengthen our resolve to build our economy is state capability, and our efforts at industrialization will only be successful if we have a capable state that is able to deliver on its developmental imperatives. Building a capable state is one of the key pillars of the National Development Plan. Capable and decisive state is characterized by a strong planning and coordination in the implementation of government programs, breaking free from the unnecessary red tapes and strong on turnaround times in achieving timelines without fail. In this regard, the district development model mechanism in government as an instrument of breaking silos in government and enforced planning at all 3 levels of government is beginning to show signs of coordination in our reindustrialization policy implementation with provinces and district municipalities. We are living in uncertain times with risk and opportunities, global development ranging from inflation, high interest rates, inequality, and poverty, compounded with cost of living both in global north and south, cause suffering and hunger for the poor and squeezing the middle class, and social progress of the working people remains stagnant. South Africa, in terms of trade, is much dependent to the major economies such as China, Germany, EU, UK, and USA. Trade opportunities both in African continent and global village should be used strategically to support the economy and further access global talent to boost skill base and access new markets. We have said in many platforms, both globally and in South Africa, that the Russian-Ukraine war must end and lasting peaceful solution must be found. Globalization must be about the well-being of all citizens of the globe. Honorable Deputy Chair, the Department of Trade and Industry present its budget and spending plans under a uncertain period, as I have just highlighted. Domestic, we have our own challenges, much more pronounced in the electricity crisis. In the industry. We also know by now the electricity crisis is hurting individuals, households, markets, and society in general. In 2023 budget review and the State of the Nation address, government announced bold plans to tackle the crisis. Given the time painful as it is, we shall overcome the electricity nightmare. Government has taken over 254 billion rands of Eskom's debt to ease the pressure on the company's balance sheet. This would allow Eskom to invest in transmission and distribution infrastructure. Further, the entity will be able to scale up maintenance essential to improving the availability of electricity. In the 2023 budget, government introduced tax incentives measures to support the rollout of rooftop solar and for household to encourage electricity generation and expanded the renewable energy tax incentive for business. Many businesses, big and small, will benefit from these incentives, as Parliament will need to oversee that indeed businesses and households across the country fully benefit from the government introduced measures. The government measures would go a long way to attract private investment in expanding electricity generation and thus tackling electricity crisis. Over the medium term, the department has undertaken commitment to ease regulatory processes to attract private sector investment in electricity generation and use competition laws to broaden participation of SMMEs in the electricity industry, and also introducing energy resilience scheme to assist firms to migrate, to mitigate the impact of the load shedding. Further, to introduce measures to protect consumers and energy users. The introduction of renewable energy will further deepen government action to ensure that the industrialization process respond to aspiration and make the economy future fit-proof. Government has identified opportunities in the transition to a greener economy. The department, in collaboration with other sister departments, develop finance institutions, research and academic institutions, working to unlock opportunities in greener hydrogen economy, hybrid electricity, electric vehicle, renewable energy generation, and battery storage technologies. Honorable Deputy Chair, the main focus of government, as articulated in the State of the Nation address, is to reset the economy and to make sure that the economy
conclude, Honorable Member,
moves beyond economic growth measures, but becomes more sustainable. Jobs are also created as we move the economy forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Khan. Next, we'll continue with the debate is Honorable JJ Lond.
Goeiemiddag, agbare ondervoorsitter. Het is lekker om u in die stoel te hê. Honorable ministers, honorable members, fellow South Africans, but also fellow Africans. It is indeed a day where we celebrate Africa, and we have so much to be proud of on this beautiful continent and the beautiful people we have along the length and the breadth. And we must never shy away from celebrating what's good and beautiful about this continent. We must also never hesitate to call out what's often wrong. And unfortunately, on our continent, quite often what's wrong is the elected governments. And in that sense, we are definitely not unique on the African continent. Honorable Minister, when the Department of Small Business Development was started, one of the key targets was that unemployment must be reduced to 6%. And it's not to reduce by 6%, it's to 6%. But since the establishment of your department, we have year in and year out regressed. We are now sitting at unemployment of a staggering 32.9%. And there's a myriad of reasons that you can put forward as to why we are regressing. You will put forward COVID, you will put forward the global recession, but this affected the entire world. Yet we are still going in the wrong trajectory when many other economies like ourselves has gone in a different trajectory. We are, in fact, in one of the fastest growing potential markets, Africa, but we are not tapping into that. Our youth unemployment figures are now sitting at a staggering 46.5%. How does this government say that we are truly looking at the future? Because quite often the speeches only look towards the past and looking for excuses there, instead of truly finding workable policies and solutions. And Honorable Ndabeni Abrahams, you're one of the younger ministers, so you're the one that's going to take the longest criticism. When some of your colleagues have retired, you will still be criticized for sitting in a cabinet that is not on a youth-focused, enabling economy. The question should then be, why is it that this department is failing so miserably in addressing the unemployment crisis? And Honorable Khai touched on it when he said that we are actually regressing. Our SMME market is contracting. Now, for the past few financial years, this department has regularly missed its own performance targets. When will you start turning around that trend? Because how can you start contributing to the solution if in-house you cannot even sort out what is going on there? Small business owners are ambitious individuals who start with small enterprises but dream of reaching the top. Occasionally, we come across success stories of these small startups that become massive, employing thousands of people and inspiring others to start their own businesses. Recently, I spoke to a small business owner who has spent his entire life painstakingly building up his small business, who over the years have employed hundreds of people who can then in turn look after their families. The truly remarkable thing about this business owner is that he is achieving this in spite of three massive hurdles. The first hurdle, he's stationed in an ANC-run municipality. The second hurdle, he's stationed in an ANC-run province. And the third hurdle is he's stationed in an ANC-run country. These business owners are the true heroes of trying to prop up an economy that is struggling because of failed policies implemented by the African National Congress. These business owners are jealous of those businesses stationed in the Western Cape under DA-run municipalities who only has to deal with the national government that is unable to cut red tape, that's unable to provide a safe environment through an efficient SAPS service, that is unable to use the tax money that they diligently pay year in, year out, and trust that that money won't be stolen, that that money would in fact go to where it's intended to build the infrastructure that is needed to grow this economy. Now, that is only if we are looking at the internally focused SMMEs. that rely primarily on the Southern African markets. Then we have thousands of SMMEs that rely on the broader international market, a market that this government takes for granted with your stance on international events such as the Ukraine. The African Growth and Opportunity Act is up for renewal in 2025. I do not think we can underestimate and understate the importance of that, not just to South Africa, but the broader Africa. Yet for some bizarre reason, we are willing to risk billions in trade and thousands of job opportunities. It should be, honorable ministers, that we look after the most vulnerable first in our own country, instead of looking after our relationship with Russia. President Cyril Ramaphosa emphasized that small businesses are vital for South Africa. Like I said, AGOA currently support at least 60,000 direct jobs in the country, and losing AGOA would negatively impact this. It is essential for government to prioritize small businesses and job creation. So, Honorable Patel, you spoke about the recent Imbizo in the Cape Winelands. And I feel sorry for you because you get allocated to a district that your party loses, where there's 5 municipalities where your party loses. So you come here, and I want to thank you for the good work that you do there. But I also wonder, when you go up on stage and you look at the results of the most recent election, you say, hey, I failed. But the only reason you have failed is because voters in the Western Cape have realized that supporting ANC policies will negatively impact them. So that's why voters in this province have rejected you now, election after election after election, and you're getting less than 20%, because they know, yeah, there is policy certainty. There's a red tape reduction unit that if you want to start up a small business, you can go somewhere and they will help you get through the hurdles and hoops. If they start up a small business in a municipality, they know they do not have to pay a bribe in order to get the necessary permissions. If they start a small business in one of the DA-run municipalities, they know that the refuse will be removed. They know that they don't have to spend money to fix the vehicles that drive through potholes. It's the small things, by creating an enabling environment, why we are so successful in this province. And once you learn that, colleagues, the rest of the country will be successful as well. Analysis of South Africa's economic growth cycle and trade flows reveals a strong correlation between export-led growth and overall economic expansion. When our exports thrive, our economy prospers. South Africa is strategically located in one of the world's fastest growing regions, Africa. This geographical advantage should offer lucrative opportunities for South African businesses, and entrepreneurs should be able to tap into this market, similar to how China and India rely on their large internal markets. However, our trade with African countries and other southern economies are hindered by cumbersome and costly import-export procedures, complex customs processes, limited regional integration, and a lack of clear trade strategy. Linked to this is how we treat our brothers and sisters from the African continent. We had a lot to say, Honorable Gai, about the conflict now in Ukraine. But you and your party were deathly quiet. I think you called it quiet diplomacy. When our neighbors went through turmoil. And that caused that millions of our neighbors from the north moved to South Africa for opportunities. Yet now, because of your failed policy, the growing unemployment, a competition for resources, we get instances of xenophobic violence towards our own brothers and sisters. That is a direct flow from the failed policies that were implemented. Honorable Patel, we did your question and answer session on the scrap metal ban, and I see I've now actually run myself out of time. But Honorable Ndabeni Abrams, your session that was postponed, we'll get you on the 21st back here, and then we'll get to the rest of those questions. I want to touch briefly on a few aspects. We often hear colleagues from the ANC, they critique us that we only come here with criticisms, which is not true. We've put solutions to you quite often, but I don't know if it's the willingness or the unwillingness to hear it that is the problem. But I'm going to just touch on 5 key principles that speaks to the heart of what both the Department of Trade and Industry should do and the Small Business Development Department. On the one hand, you have the ANC that only target the elites, the connected insiders. A small group of people benefit from your policies. You say a big group of people, a large group of people does, but it's not the case. However, on the other hand, the DA targets the vulnerable and the disadvantaged. And of course, there's space for improvement. Of course, there is space to expand on that. But at the end of the day, if you look at the scoreboard, and Honorable Patel, it's Munster, not monsters, but I mean, it's great for the economy that Munster will be traveling to us. You actually have a 25% unemployment rate, which is unacceptably high still. But that is a good 10, 15, 20% less than the rest of the country or other provinces.
Honorable Member.
I know that you gave some extra minutes.
Asuka, continue. I'm treating you the same as I treat everyone else. So continue.
I'm going to finish off with the last one. The big difference also is that the ANC policies deter investors. Honorable Dango laments the fact that people criticize South Africa. The problem is, it is not just the opposition that criticize South Africa. It is the people living, expats living here, that's got family here, other Africans that live here, and how they are treated. They tell their friends and their families. So maybe, Honorable Dango, if you look in the mirror and change your own policies, and you follow an example of what the DA is doing, you might get a little bit more investment. And you have a chance to change that course. Otherwise, like the rest of Africa, the youth will step up, Honorable Patel, and make that change for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We continue with the debate, and we will now call on the Honorable N. Peters, Eastern Cape Acting MEC of Department Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism. Honorable N. Peters.
Good afternoon to you, Honorable Chairperson, and also ministers and deputy ministers present, and also the MECs, and all honorable members of the August House, ladies and gentlemen, Kuyemera. Honorable House Chair, it is an absolute pleasure and honor to take part in today's debate on behalf of the Eastern Cape Province. I wish to submit that the province welcomes and supports the budget vote of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition as presented by Minister Ibrahim Patel. The speech that he made demonstrates current economic challenges, progress on strides for recovery and plans to improve current situation. Chairperson, in this financial year presents rather an interesting year as it presents the final year of the current government term of administration, but also the final year before the 2024 national elections. We can all agree that the incumbent administration operated in a rather unique environment as the government was forced to use its resources responding to the numerous economic blows, including the COVID-19 pandemic, July 2021 riots, electricity crisis, recurrent disasters, and labor unrest. Honorable Chair, we are seeing steady recovery of the economy post the effects of COVID-19 and other economic shocks. The Eastern Cape is also recording good recovery figures. Our unemployment numbers are steadily decreasing as Eastern Cape's unemployment rate now stands at 40%, down from 42.1% in the previous quarter. We are also the province that registered largest decrease in unemployment in the country year on year, as our unemployment rate decreased from 44% in Q1 of 2022 to 40% in Q1 of 2023. Whilst the decrease in unemployment numbers is pleasing and presents hope, they remain a concern for us, and a concentrated support from DTIC and national government would make a meaningful impact in growing our economy and creating much needed jobs. Our call is that the spatial planning and the structure of our economy must be revised to benefit the Eastern Cape and other rural provinces. For our economy to continue to be largely at the hands of Gauteng, Western Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal province, it creates a huge economic risk for our country. As we have seen during the 2021 riots, our economic development agenda for 2023-2024 is anchored on, amongst others, township and rural economy, revitalization of state-owned entities, and climate change. This aligns with the minister's vision to intensify industrialization as part of de-risking our economy. The revitalization of our state-owned industrial parks remains one of the top priorities in the province. Since 2015 to date, the government has contributed close to 600 million towards infrastructure projects in the various industrial parks. These parks need to be upgraded to provide world-class services to current and future industrial investors in the province. We appreciate and support from DTIC and provincial government for the upgrading of bulk infrastructure in the parks, which resulted to 460 construction jobs and 46 operational jobs created during the year. The parks are spread over the province, thus ensuring spread of the industrial infrastructure, and include Ivulindlela in Umtata, Timbaza in Buffalo City Metro, Butterworth, Ekomani, and Somerset East. The Wild Coast Industrial Park in Umtata is the latest addition to the portfolio and is at the development stages, with 35 million invested for security fencing and 49.5 million for bulk infrastructure. The park has an investment pipeline of 1.7 billion of agro-processing companies with a mixture of local and foreign investors. Operationalization support on the Wild Coast Industrial Park has resulted in 796 construction jobs being created and supporting 96 SMMEs. Additionally, a total of 10 investors were secured, 21 in the pipeline in total, equating to 2.4 billion. This has resulted to us submitting an application to grant the Wild Coast Industrial Park as a special economic zone status. The SEZs in the province, which by nature have a bigger economic impact, are currently located on the border and western side of the Eastern Cape. This is our attempt to expand industrial activity beyond its concentration in the urban metropolitan areas. It is our firm belief that granting the Wild Coast Industrial Park in Umtata the SEZ status will change the lives of our people that reside on the eastern side of the province. We therefore implore the minister to prioritize our application. Chairperson, we are delighted for the support from DTIC for increased investment attraction in the province, which is largely driven by Eastern Cape Development Corporation and the two special economic zones, East London Industrial Development Zone and Kucha Development Corporation. That positive trajectory is a culmination of multiple interventions undertaken by the province in collaboration with the Minister's Department, aimed at attracting numerous investors and positioning the Eastern Cape as a preferred investment destination. The Eastern Cape held its provincial investment conference towards the end of 2022, which saw the announcement of 10 new projects with an investment value of 46 billion. Honorable Chair, Eastern Cape is home to most automotive original equipment manufacturers in the country, and these manufacturers account for a large portion of jobs created in the province and also contributes meaningfully to the GDP of the country. The current challenges are inept electricity supply and policy uncertainty on electric vehicles in the country poses a huge risk for the future of our relationship with these OEMs. We, however, believe that our recent interaction with the Minister of Electricity and the leadership of automotive industry will yield positive results to enable these OEMs to operate effectively and efficiently. We appreciate that the DTIC released the white paper for electric vehicles in 2021, and the province subsequently submitted a response to this paper for consideration of critical elements that would enable the province to transition to the electric vehicles in line with global trends underpinned by climate change consideration. We are, however, moving ahead with our plans of developing viable infrastructure in the province, including the establishment of at least 13 charging stations across the province. I wish to appreciate the continued support by DTIC and its leadership as the province advances its efforts for inclusive economic growth and development. In particular, the support they give at our SEZs and industrial parks. Our long-term plan is to capacitate the CDC and East London IDZ to be more than just being investment locations, but to be engines of economic growth and employment in the province. We shall continue to explore a grand giant leap forward to excel the existing potential of these entities to achieve sound industrial development for massive economic growth in our province. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. We will continue with the debate and we will call on Honorable K. Moimang to continue with the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, and greetings to our honorable ministers and deputy ministers, but also a word of greetings to my colleagues, both permanent and special delegates. Indeed, in honoring Africa Day, Deputy Chair, allow me to pay homage to one of Africa's outstanding sons, the late President of Tanzania, and our appreciation that they are celebrating Africa Day with us today. The outstanding son that we are celebrating is Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere. And in celebrating and paying homage to this outstanding son, allow me to quote his word. I quote, "Unity will not make us rich, but it can make it difficult for Africa and the African people to be disregarded and humiliated. My generation led Africa to political freedom. The current generation of leaders and the peoples of Africa must pick up the flickering torch of African freedom, refuel it with their enthusiasm and determination, and carry it forward." Unquote. It is within this context, Chair, that I want to also follow suit in articulating the line as set out by our two ministers and the chair of the Select Committee on Trade Industry by recalling what the president of our country said in 2019. I quote, he said, "We will stimulate local demand and grow South African manufacturing by making sure the Buy Local campaign is everywhere and present," unquote. Indeed, Deputy Chair, the president was doing this within the context of articulating the reimagined industrial strategy, which is indeed underpinned by the ethos to localize. And this is one of the key areas that was raised by Minister Patel. Since the announcement made by the president in the midst of global pandemic, we have observed the ANC-led government putting in place an integrated approach together to drive that strategy, implementing it and harvesting early fruits. Deputy Chair, the Buy Local efforts typically have to address more than simply an appeal to patriotism. It must broaden the productive forces, which is inherently unjust. Consumers look at price and product innovation or quality. Investors look to the size of the market and whether it justifies the investment. And consumers look to local availability on the shelves and the marketing thereof. Therefore, the integrated approach is announced seeks to address these complementary elements of the Buy Local campaign. To improve local products competitiveness, we have seen our government launching a series of industry master plans to strengthen the supply side of industry. The Select Committee have had an opportunity to interact with the leadership of the department on these master plans. To address the need for larger markets, the president furthermore launched the start of the trading under the African Continental Free Trade Area to enable scale efficiencies to kick in. Indeed, Deputy Chair, to address availability of locally produced products, there are a number of commitments that the business community and retailers has made in partnering with the ANC-led government around localization campaign. For an example, Coca-Cola has made 250 million available to drive the campaign as part of its competition commitments. This indeed will help us monitor implementation gaps and to identify new opportunities, including products where we can scale up. Deputy Chair, South Africa is not unusual in the focus on local production. We have seen even developing countries doing the same, with appealing for local consumers to buy goods made in their communities. Likewise, also, the two successive US administration has done the same under the slogan, the Buy America campaign. Honorable Deputy Chair, South Africa recognized during the pandemic that our reliance on global suppliers came with enormous challenges and difficulties for our country. The pandemic has both exposed the fragility of global supply chains and revealed the great capacity we have here in South Africa for innovation and adaptation in manufacturing. More recently, as indicated by the chair of the Select Committee, Ukraine and Russia has further exposed the vulnerability we are faced with due to import reliance. It has nothing to do with the ANC-led municipality or ANC-led provincial government as a hurdle. Deputy Chair, in the space of just 2 years during the pandemic, through collaboration and out of necessity, we managed to build local production capability, as the minister has indicated, around ventilators, hand sanitizers, medical grade face masks, and gloves, vaccines, and therapeutic drugs and anesthetics. Deputy Chair, not only did we produce, as the ANC-led government, these goods to meet local needs, but also to meet the needs of other countries on the continent. Local production is important because it encourages national pride in the goods, services, and products made on our home soils. It supports the growth of small business and the expansion of larger firms. It creates employment and sustains livelihoods. Local production supports our manufacturing sector. It enables us to build much needed infrastructure and improve our services. An example around localization, success thereof, is that of Mr. Rashid, who was a trader and importer of Italian furniture. With the weakening of the rand, Mr. Rashid Guta moved his procurement from Italy to China, where Italian design furniture was manufactured to Mr. Guta's design requirement. Over the years, Mr. Guta noticed that Chinese production costs were steadily increasing and the rand was further weakening, which increased his profit margins. Mr. Guta, as we speak now, is operating his production facilities in Gauteng. He's now vertically integrated and supply to his own stores. He also sells to a leading furniture chain stores in South Africa. This is the success of the ANC-led government in terms of localization. Honorable Chair, as part and parcel of the investment pledges, we saw since the start of the sixth administration that the ANC-led government introduced investment conferences to mobilize private sector, contribute towards development, as the minister has indicated. We can indeed agree, Minister, that there are currently 161 projects that are either finalized or under construction. An example is the production of the new generation Ford Buggy, which follows a 16 billion investment in the US car makers' local operations. Also, the production capacity has increased of the Ford, which now produces new Ranger from 164,000 to 200,000 units. This construction clearly will be completed, as we are advised, by the end of 2023. Deputy Chair, it is also an established fact that trade is not necessarily developmental, but rather preferential, either on the form of bilateral or a regional form. However, it's important to note that they are essentially preferential in nature, as they are intended to benefit signatory countries. However, such agreements are sometimes abused by competitive third countries that penetrate the entire regional preferential markets. But there are lessons to learn. The 21st century regional trade agreements, such as Association of Southeast Asian Nations, are about more than simply opening markets between preferred trading partners. They are also intended to encourage and incentivize investment, particularly in the higher value added manufacturing. It is important, Chair, that we also look into the analytical framework called by the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which centered around 4 parallel pillars: cooperation on building mutually beneficial and fair trade integration, and cooperation also on industrial development and upgrading regional value chains, but also on investment in cross-border infrastructure, and also building on democracy and good governance. We also appreciate the platform created by the BRICS bloc. The percentage share of trade among BRICS countries was just under 11% when compared to its global trade in 2017. And the engagement in BRICS summits provided a platform discussion and exchange of views on issues of mutual interest that have helped develop closer cooperation and strengthening of trade and investment ties between BRICS nations. We have seen, Chair, that the commitments under the BRICS plus configuration benefits that will flow from the broadening or the growing of BRICS, including among other countries, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Kazakhstan, will further create an opportunity for the BRICS nation or the BRICS group to grow. This will ensure shared benefits of trade, and our continent needs an adequate policy tool for building a regional value chains and promoting transformative industrialization. It's important also to know that in the interaction that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area will be looking forward to, it will be around 5 ideas. Amongst things that the government needs industrial policy that supports the building of local firms that are crucial for cumulative capability. 2, industrial parks as well as attractive investment conditions should be created through fiscal, financial, and infrastructural incentives. 3, the regional initiatives to upgrade infrastructure and create commonly regular frameworks across the region are fundamental. But also there is a need for Africa to take control and revitalize its consumer market by addressing issues of second-hand garments. It's important that we ensure that the emerging trend, which is major opportunity for African countries, must be embraced if we want to compete in the global economy. We have to take our integration of trade to a higher level. With the changing balance of forces globally as South Africa, we have to build internal capacity to enable us to survive global shocks. Let us intensify our buy local campaign to be able to drive up demand in our country. Thank you, Chairperson. As the ANC, we support the budgets.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moimang. As we continue with the debate, we will apologize for Honorable Duma from KwaZulu-Natal. He's currently still presenting in the legislature, and we will continue, and we will call on the Honorable Hadebe of the Inkatha Freedom Party to continue with the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members. The Department of Small Business Development was established to support small businesses and cooperatives with a strong focus on programs seeking to advance entrepreneurship amongst the most vulnerable groups in society. However, in the 2023-2024 financial year, there have been budget cuts on entities which support small businesses, and this is concerning as it is these very same entities which are the backbone of the survival of SMEs. A number of issues such as the conflict and hostility between local and foreign-owned businesses and the lack of established legislation intended to specifically safeguard township and rural enterprises have been raised over and over. The department has done nothing to this effect, despite the consistent calls to find a workable solution between local and foreign-owned businesses. Not only with these budget cuts to agencies such as Small Enterprise Development Agency have a direct bearing on SMEs' access to finance, but they will also have a negative impact on the growth of the economy as SMEs account for 34% of the country's GDP. Honorable Minister, it is important for this department to offer all the financial support to small businesses as they are struggling to cope with the intensity of ESCOM. The frequency of load shedding has intensified, with government offering little foresight of the problem subsidizing. These small businesses have to select hours to trade, limit their services, especially those economic services which make use of electricity, such as hairdressers with hairdryers. These small businesses struggle to make ends meet as they are facing the growing pains of any business, but their added burden of load shedding will surely enforce their closure. So adding in mechanisms such as generators and inverters to fend off the load shedding attacks on their businesses simply unaffordable. One of our constituency business owners advised that their small tire shop that is located rurally has to turn away people at times if a job will fall into a load shedding time, as they are unable to operate the lifts to bring customer cars down. This is just one example of bread that people are being forced to turn away as a result, not to mention the job losses that these businesses face. To address this, the department can establish a working relationship with commercial banks to make available and expand credit and loans to small businesses. Guaranteed access to loans for small businesses, of course, under monitoring, will encourage more and more young people, women, and people living with disabilities to also start their own businesses and subsequently be able to sustain themselves. In dealing with the matters of trade and industry and competition, the IFP has seen the great potential and initiative that the African Free Trade Agreement has to bring. We are increasingly worried that the budget presented before us will not adequately set the foundation for AfTA to be of major benefit to South Africa. Whilst we strive to work to an agreement that will unite Africa to work together efficiently, and yet our own country is struggling to get working. Today, marking Africa Day should unite us on how we can work together as Africans and make this continent self-sufficient and debt-free from other world powers. Our agenda should today focus on the benefit of AfTA and the ways in which marginalized people could be given new hope. Instead, we see a very poorly allocated budget to one of the biggest changes in Africa to come. Africa trading, manufacturing, and developing its own countries could have exponential growth. SARS needs to be funded and capacitated to manage illicit financial flows and monitor monies owed to the revenue collector from foreign nationals who conducted business in South Africa. We must look to develop infrastructure support for industrial zones of South Africa so that we can, once free trade between fellow African countries, capitalize on the benefits of opening up borders to free trade with other African countries. Honorable Chairperson, the IFP wishes to support both vote 36 and vote 39. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Radebe. Before we call on the Honorable F. Majola, the Deputy Minister of Trade, we just also want to acknowledge our guests in the up there. You are welcome to the debate. I see for the past few days they have been quite interested in the debates that have been presented here. We will now call on the Honorable Majola, the Deputy Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition. Honorable Majola was the first person to present the Africa Free Trade Agreement in the NCOP, and it is historical that we are welcoming him back today here. Over to you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Ministers Patel, Ndabeni Abrahams, and Dilil, Deputy Minister Gina, MECs, honorable members, fellow South Africans. Let me begin by wishing all Africans in the continent and in the diaspora a happy Africa Day.
This year's celebrations mark the 60th anniversary, which is being celebrated under the slogan, Our Africa, Our Future. As we observe Africa Day, we must continue to show our ongoing commitment towards the all-inclusive integration of the African continent. We are emboldened by the words of Haile Selassie, the former emperor of Ethiopia, in the first meeting of the Organization of African Unity, when he said, and I quote, "Today, we look to the future calmly, confidently, and courageously. We look to the vision of an Africa not merely free, but united," close quote. Today, we are pursuing that dream of our forebears to achieve a free and united Africa. Our focus on the African continental free trade area has been primarily on negotiating the legal frameworks for preferential trade to commence. While we continue to prioritize the conclusion of outstanding negotiation issues, we are now shifting our focus and efforts towards facilitating and maximizing the opportunities presented by the AfCFTA. I would like to inform you that after substantial delays in achieving a common position, in February this year, the Southern African Customs Union achieved a common offer covering 90% of its tariff book. In the coming week, Minister Patel and I will travel to Nairobi, Kenya, to attend the Council of Ministers, which is expected to consider and approve the SACU offer. In collaboration with provincial governments, the DTIC is undertaking a targeted awareness strategy in all provinces to identify opportunities for businesses. We want to identify and match key export opportunities of each province with the new market access opportunities in countries and regions that have finalized their tariff offers. The first of these provincial sessions took place in KwaZulu-Natal today and will be followed by Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Western Cape in June, and we hope to complete the process by the end of July 2023. House Chairperson, last year we made a commitment to revise our spatial strategy in order to build and support a new model of special economic zones. This was informed by the need to involve all spheres of government as the only way in which we can speedily drive the Special Economic Zones program. The success of the new approach, as evident in the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone, has prompted us to further expand the scope to other districts across the country. The new approach recognizes the capacity of special economic zones to advance regional economic development in support of the district development model. Yesterday, Minister Patel announced the imminent publishing of our intention to establish a special economic zone in Namakwa in the Northern Cape. This special economic zone will catalyze growth and development in the district and neighboring economies, and will also bring more jobs and further investments to the entire province. In the Vaal, unemployment and poverty levels remain acute, and the district development model presents an opportunity to deploy state resources to uplift the quality of life of our people. Addressing the CDBM Presidential Imbizo held on the 12th of August 2022, President Ramaphosa said, and I quote, "By far, unemployment is the biggest challenge. The Gauteng government has ambitious plans to revitalize CDBM by developing agriculture, by developing logistics, tourism, and industries as well. These plans are pivoted around the Vaal Special Economic Zone," close quote. Working together with the Gauteng provincial government, the district and local municipalities were on a path of regeneration and rejuvenation in this region. The initial phase of the implementation of the proposed Vaal SEZ is anchored by two investment projects that are valued at 5.6 billion rand. Mitochondria Energy will establish a solid oxide fuel cell manufacturing facility in the Imfolen local municipality for a total project cost of 4.3 billion rand. Blue Drop Energy will establish a facility in the Lesedi local municipality for the manufacturing and distribution of composite LPG cylinders for total investment of 1.1 billion rand. These two projects, which are scheduled to break ground within this financial year, will create a combined 2,300 jobs during construction and 1,000 direct jobs at operational phase. Honorable members, Minister Patel is leading a process that will unlock an investment that will catalyze the development of the Vaal Erythropolis and the Vaal River City projects. Minister announced this investment by Citibank earlier today. These two mega projects, along with the proposed Vaal SEZ, are the cornerstone of the interventions that will revitalize the Vaal economy and stimulate massive direct investment flows into the region. I'm also proud to announce that our department, in partnership with the Limpopo provincial government, district and local municipalities, had advanced plans to create the Fetahome Industrial Park in Sekhukhune as a base for the creation of the proposed Fetahome Tobatsi SEZ. The proposed Fetahome Tobatsi SEZ has developed a positive investment pipeline of 35 domestic and global companies to the tune of just over 40 billion rand. 8 of these investors have shown keen commitment and confirmed to be ready to locate in the next 6 to 12 months and projected to invest just over 5.5 billion rand. This proposed SEZ has also presented an opportunity for government to collaborate with private investors to establish a new smart city in the Sekhukhune district. These investments will benefit communities of Fetahome, Tobatsi, Sekhukhune district, and the entire Limpopo province. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, as we continue the task of connecting for our people, 2 weeks ago, I joined other government leaders as we accompanied the Deputy President to Jagersfontein, a community ravaged by the Tailings Dam disaster. Working with Deputy Minister Tau, the Free State Provincial Government, and other departments, we are embarking on a program to help bring normality to the community of Jagersfontein. We will canvass resources to enable adequate and efficient service delivery to the people of this town, drive infrastructure investment, and advance local economic development. The project to refurbish the rail corridor linking the Tshwane automotive hub with the port of Port Elizabeth in the Eastern Cape is gathering momentum. The project is driven by national government working together with Gauteng and Eastern Cape governments and will help attract more investors and create more opportunities and jobs. MEC has already covered the progress we're making in the Wild Coast Industrial Park. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this moment to share with you some of the projects funded by the department and its entities. ALPLA, a world leader in the development and production of innovative plastic packaging solutions, has an investment of 1 billion in the city of Cape Town. The new plant will produce various plastic products, including bottled closures and special packaging for food and pharmaceutical industries. Treslow Energy Solutions is a 100% Black-owned business founded in December 2021, based in Emalahleni, Mpumalanga, and will operate in the energy storage industry. Art Solar is based in Durban and is capable of designing and implementing renewable energy solutions. This, honorable members, is very important for our objective to establish South Africa as a critical role player in the supply of solar products. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, I would like to thank Minister Patel, Deputy Minister Gina, for their support. The DTIC family, led by Acting Director General, Ms. Malebuma Beecher Thompson, and lastly, the leadership of our entities. Once again, Happy Africa Day. Our Africa, our future. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Majula. We continue with the debate and we call on the Honorable Kathleen Labuschagne. Hi, welcome terug.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, honorable Minister, and fellow South Africans. It cannot be denied, economic hardship is increasing for most South Africans. Unemployment is persistently high, food prices, inflation is rising, the economy is perishing, and small businesses' confidence has plummeted due to inter alia power cuts, which are on an indefinite stage 6 or even more. This sector and country is facing very dark times, with a consumer price inflation above the South African Reserve Bank target band of between 3 and 6%. The real crisis is that the ANC, which appears incapable of turning around state failure and boosting growth and jobs. Why is this? It is because your ANC government keeps favoring the elite when it comes to the awarding of contracts, and of course, the exorbitant public servant wage bill. For the elite, it's government contracts. For the unions, it's pay increases. Minister, support from your department is far and few between as we see small and medium businesses having to divert to alternative sources of energy as they can no longer rely on the national grid. This has led to businesses facing severe financial losses, drop in productivity, and having to retrench many workers. Around 27% of businesses have indicated that their businesses will not be able to invest in alternative energy solutions. Even the CEO of Business Leaders of South Africa has stated, and I quote, "Electricity insecurity has damaged many of our businesses, made many investments impossible, and destroyed jobs. It affects businesses both big and small, while damaging the quality of lives of ordinary South Africans," close quote. Looking at township businesses, they have also indicated that they are struggling to stay afloat amidst the constant and crippling blackouts. This is according to a Nedbank Insight report, which was conducted in partnership with the Township Entrepreneur Alliance. This report further indicates that 64% of township small businesses completely cease operations during load shedding. 66% of these businesses have shed jobs, and furthermore, load shedding has also led to increased operating costs. Loss of revenue and declining margins obviously affects profitability. Businesses say that they don't know how to look for solutions, as they are not in a position to do so, as they lack the funding to become self-sustainable. This, Minister, is a source of grave concern, and it would appear as if you and your government are very complacent about it, as we see little to nothing being done to support this specific sector. A perception has been created that progress is being made in reducing red tape and promoting the ease of doing business with the establishment of the red tape team in the presidency. However, honourable members, following last year's SONA, where the president announced the establishment of the red tape team, this team has been established in name only, as since their inception, nothing has happened. Sipho Nkosi, the task team leader, even indicated that this team has no permanent structure with no administrative capacity. The question that needs to be asked is, what purpose does this budget serve for this team? Could these finances not rather have been utilized in supporting the struggling small and medium businesses and industry? Minister, in February this year, you stated that the department and its agencies are urgently working on an energy relief package for small, medium, informal and micro sectors, and that the details of this package are expected to be announced soon. We are now in May 2023, and still we have not seen anything of this relief package on the table. Is it all talk, or rather an attempt to chase votes for the 2024 elections with the usual empty promises? Minister, it is time that you put action to words to enable this sector to continue doing business and to furthermore ensure that this assistance is not another opportunity for corruption. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Labuschagne. We continue with the debate and we will now call on the Honorable Mabatu Mokause to continue with the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of the Council. Deputy Chair, when the EFF was formed 10 years ago, men and women from all walks of life throughout South Africa came together and advised on the question of what needs to be done. Amongst those were ordinary South Africans, SMMEs being a part of those because they contribute towards economic freedom in our lifetime. They wanted to be a part of it. They wanted to be a part of this journey because a Black child suffered before, and this journey is about attaining economic freedom in our lifetime. We are here 10 years later, Deputy Chair, to reassure those ordinary people who are on a journey with us to attain economic freedom in our lifetime, that when we take over power in May 2024, the first task is to end load shedding. Their businesses will not suffer any loss under the EFF government. Chair, we say this because we are publicly inviting all those small businesses to come and showcase their businesses and work and sell their goodies during the EFF 10th anniversary at the end of July at FNB Stadium, when the Commander-in-Chief will be gracing this beautiful gathering of the masses of South Africa with a 10th year message, July 2023. We do this because we are all aware that they are sometimes being evicted from their places of trade in all these big cities of South Africa, governed by the ruling party, the African National Congress. Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters reject the proposed budget for small business development and thereof trade and industry. We reject this budget of this department, which is simply meant for salaries and procurement and not assisting small businesses. As the EFF, we have stood on many platforms before and made it very clear that there is no need for this Department of Small Business, as there is no basis to separate small business from trade and industry. Chair, we therefore reject this budget as it is a budget intended for a department which was created out of a need to create positions for a certain faction in the ruling party and adding a burden on the already bloated cabinet. We know this is to be true as we have been on the ground in various provinces, Chair, across South Africa, understanding the decision to separate small business from industrial policy. From our groundwork, Chair, we have learned that what was meant to be industrial zone in Emonti, Jimbaza, and many other areas has turned out to be a feeding scheme for comrades who act as industrial entrepreneurs while their main aim is to loot what is meant to produce jobs for our people. Even when the communities in which these industrial areas are based kept on alerting this department that some of the claims that are made by people who are getting large sums of taxpayers' money to form viable industries are not doing so, but they are enriching themselves. This falls on deaf ears. This department keeps on acting as if it is well. Small businesses are not only suffering in the initiated industrial zones, but in areas where the small businesses used to be vibrant, places such as Zwelicha in the Eastern Cape, Zone 1 at Kongem, Dansane, and Sadam, where the minister originates from. We found the same to be true in construction, retail, textile, and hospitality industry. Chair, Black businesses who needs to meet rental demands in order to maintain a presence in malls and city centers have closed down due to incompetency because they have received no support from the sitting government. This is, Chair, disappointing to note from a ministry which should have had by now a very clear program on how to assist women, young people, and persons living with disabilities, especially those who are deliberately excluded by this current system, made to be slaves for white masters forever by this government. This is disappointing for a department which should have by now had a database of all young people who are interested in starting and owning their own businesses, regardless of their political affiliation. Chair, in almost all so-called industrial zones, there is no clear plan in how to deliberately push for women, youth, and persons with disabilities to play a role in established businesses. It is only a few connected, especially those who have links within the ruling party, who get funding, even that without any proper business guidance or mentorship. It is worse in Dimbaza Industrial Zone, where out of 130 workers, only 4 are employed, only 4 women are employed. But this department is led by a woman. You should have picked that one up. It is from your province. This clearly shows your incompetence within this department. What is even worse is that the government, especially municipalities, in the biggest culprit in killing small businesses. They accept services from small businesses, but do not pay them on time, and neither pay attention to the progress in this industrial zone. In November 2022, a small business called Capotex, which was based at Ward 7 and 8 at Inkuba Yatemba in Chris Hani, had to stop working before the completion of the project because they hadn't been paid yet. But yet you take a podium and say, we need to appropriate this. This is so wrong. Chairperson, we must close this department and make small business the business of industrial policy. It is high time that we stop this empty bragging about getting our people to actively participate in business. The so-called industrial zones must not be about a talk to get votes during elections, but they must be functional and well-running. All this needs decisive leadership, which unfortunately cannot be found in the ruling party. Small businesses are the backbone of any economy in the world. if this country could actively push for more support on those who are doing small businesses, this could greatly reduce unemployment rate in our country. Chairperson, as I conclude, unfortunately, the ruling party simply uses budgets allocated for enriching their corrupt ruling party comrades and their partners when they are deployed to these departments. Chair, the former liberation movement will never be a sustainable solution to South Africa's developmental problems in the foreseeable future. We therefore call on all South Africans as we move towards the 2024 general elections to choose wisely and must know that the EFF is the only political party which will liberate the Black child. Chair, we therefore reject this budget with the contempt it deserves.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Honorable DeBrain, FF+.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, as the Freedom Front Plus, we recognize that small businesses are essential for the fabric of our communities. They contribute to local economies, create jobs, and they provide goods and services that enrich our lives. And as a party that values individual freedom and self-determination, we are committed to empowering all small business owners to succeed. It is essential that we invest in our infrastructure to support small businesses. And this includes the building of modern roads, transportation systems, reliable water and electricity supply, and high-quality communication networks. As these investments will not only benefit small businesses, but they will also create jobs and contribute to economic growth. Agbare voorsitter, klein sakeondernemings het ondersteuning nodig om te groei en 'n meetbare, betekenisvolle impak te skep. En dit is ondersteuning wat hierdie departement moet gee. Volgens Statistiek Suid-Afrika het die amptelike werkloosheidskoers wat van dese week vrygestel is, marginaal tot 32,7% afgeneem. En hoewel dit redelike positiewe nuus is, het die feit dat meer as 700,000 gegradueerdes en jong mense aansoek doen vir maatskaplike ontwikkelingstoelaas, weer eens die behoefte beklemtoon om Suid-Afrika se klein sakeondernemings te ondersteun en te ontwikkel. Die uitdaging lê egter in die feit dat nie genoeg klein sakeondernemings tot so 'n mate suksesvol is dat hulle 'n wesenlike bydrae kan maak tot die volhoubare verligting van werkloosheid nie. En gegee die ekonomiese uitdagings van die COVID-19 hersteljaar van 2021 en vroeg 2022, sukkel baie klein besighede steeds om wesenlike groei te toon. Hierdie uitdagings sluit in die stygende inflasie en rentekoerse, die oorlog in Europa, die gesamentlike uitwerking wat hierdie faktore op die voorsieningsketting en kostes gehad het, asook die verwoestende effek van beerdkrag. Voorsitter, tussen Maart en April hierdie jaar het 523 besighede in Suid-Afrika gelikwideer, 168 in Maart maand en 112 in April maand. Dit was 523 besighede wat werk geskep het en 'n bydrae gelewer het tot die ekonomie van Suid-Afrika, waarsonder ons nou sit. Studies wys dat 76% van besighede in Suid-Afrika nie die vermoë het om alternatiewe krag op te wek nie, en dat baie besighede, veral in die produksiesektor, gedwing is om hulle besigheidsure aan te pas by beerdkragskedules, wat 'n groot finansiële impak het op produksie en arbeidskostes. En verder moes ons aanhoor hoe die adjunkminister op 16 Mei in die nasionale vergadering 'n pleidooi moes rig aan nasionale en provinsiale departemente om hulle rekeninge aan diensverskaffers binne 30 dae te vereffen, aangesien klein sakeondernemings dit nie kan bekostig om hierdie rekeninge onverwyld te dra nie. En ons moet onsself afvra, voorsitter, hoekom het ons op hierdie punt gekom dat ministers vir hulle eie vennote moet vra om hulle skuld te betaal? Beerdkrag het reeds ongekende skade aan die klein sake sektor aangerig. En hierdie kragkrisis gaan vir die aansienbare toekoms steeds 'n ernstige demper in die geheel op besighede plaas. En hierdie departement spreek geen daadwerklike prosesse aan wat daarop gemik is om klein sakeondernemings aan alternatiewe energieverkryging tydens beerdkrag nie. Eerder word verdere beleide en beloftes gemaak om die sogenaamde red tape reduction te verseker, 'n proses wat al sedert die vorige begroting geadviseer word, maar nog geen vordering getoon het nie. Die ontwikkeling van spesiale ekonomiese zones en nywerheidsparke deur die Departement van Handel en Nywerheid om plaaslike streeks en landelike ekonomieë te ontwikkel is 'n positiewe. Maar vir hierdie inisiatiewe om enige kans te staan, het ons 'n plaaslike regering nodig wat funksionerend is en dit is ongelukkig iets wat min bestaan in Suid-Afrika. Hierdie inisiatiewe word heeltemal ondermyn deur mislukte munisipaliteite wat nie in staat is om konsekwente dienslewering daar te stel of te waarborg nie. En geen besigheid, klein of groot, kan oorleef sonder elektrisiteit, veilige padinfrastruktuur, toegang tot skoon water, funksionerende rioolstelsels, wetstoepassing ensovoorts nie. En feitelik geen munisipaliteit in Suid-Afrika kan dit alles vir inwoners of besighede bied nie. Suid-Afrikaners verdien beter, agbare voorsitter. Ons verdien 'n toegewyde, verantwoordbare regering wat ekonomiese beleid met duidelike teikens, rigtings en deursigtigheid sal bestuur. Suid-Afrikaners verdien beter as die huidige regering, waar korrupsie, staatskaping, wanbestuur en die onvermoë om groei en ontwikkeling te bewerkstellig aan die orde van die dag is. Suid-Afrikaners, besighede en ons ekonomie verdien in Suid-Afrika sonder die ANC. Dankie, agbare voorsitter.
Thanks very much, honorable member. The next speaker is Councillor M. Mohoje. I don't know whether I'm pronouncing very well his name. From Salga.
Yes, you are right, Chair.
Kuba.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ministers and deputy ministers
Chair,
of
on a
small
point of
business.
order, is it possible for you
On a
to
point of
show
order.
us your photo?
Okay.
Please open the video. Thanks, honorable member. We can see you.
Thank you, Chair. Ministers and deputy ministers of small business development, honorable members of the National Council of Provinces, distinguished guests, I greet you all. Our mandate as local government in relation to economic development is that of being an enabler and facilitator. We are therefore duty bound to see to it that we create the most fertile operating environment for businesses, especially SMMEs, as they are posed to the future engines of our economy, with the Department of Small Business Development being responsible for the policy aspect. In relation to small business development, our mandate is interwoven in nature, and it is therefore incumbent on us to improve mutual cooperation and synergy in our working relationship. This budget vote is taking place amidst a period of significant challenges for businesses and the nation as a whole, characterized by intensified power outages and the rising cost of energy. This situation has considerably escalated the cost of conducting business and led to inflationary pressures from all fronts. In addition, there is an anticipation of another increase in the repo rate by the Reserve Bank's Monetary Policy Committee, further exacerbating the predicament for small businesses. This perfect storm places business in an extremely precarious position with limited leeway to navigate. As a government, it is our paramount responsibility to ensure that we provide the essential support required to shield small businesses from further deterioration. We must act diligently to implement measures that will alleviate the burdens they face and safeguard their survival and growth. Honorable Chair, it is widely acknowledged that cities, particularly metropolitan areas, serve as the central hubs of the South African economy. This trend is expected to persist due to the ongoing increase in urbanization rate. Nevertheless, we must recognize the significance of our townships and rural areas in shaping South Africa's economic future. Previously overlooked, these areas hold immense potential and are characterized by a strong spirit of entrepreneurship. As a government, we bear a solemn responsibility to actively contribute towards the development and fortification of the township business ecosystem. To this end, we shall commit ourselves to improving access to support services and financial resources, augmenting skills and capabilities, and other initiatives aimed at empowering our township and rural enterprise to effectively adapt to the demands of the evolving economic landscape. In this regard, SALGA expresses its appreciation for the commendable efforts undertaken by the department through the implementation of the Township and Rural Entrepreneurship Program. The progress achieved thus far is duly recognized. That said, SALGA emphasized the necessity of augmenting the funding allocated to such programs based on available resources to effectively attain the desired impact. In addition, we expressed our willingness to collaborate with the Department to enhance the visibility of these programs. It has come to our attention that certain small businesses, particularly those situated in non-urban areas, possess limited awareness of these programs. To address this concern, SALGA intends to engage with its members to facilitate the utilization of municipal offices for the department to conduct pop-up campaigns showcasing their offerings and funding schemes. SALGA remains committed to promoting the growth and prosperity of rural and township businesses and looks forward to productive collaborations with the department to ensure the comprehensive dissemination of information and enhanced support for the enterprises. We have recently become aware of a significant challenge regarding the capacity of local economic officials in municipality to effectively aid small businesses in preparing the application to meet the stringent requirements of the department and its affiliated entities, such as the Small Businesses Finance Agency. This shortcoming often leads to a misguided perception that these programs are effective, while in reality, it is the flawed application process that hampers with success. In light of this, we propose a collaboration effort to develop a capacity program for LED practitioners. The primary focus of the program will be to equip them with the necessary skills and knowledge to assist small and medium-sized enterprise in packaging, funding applications and proposals that align with the department criteria. By addressing the specific deficiency, we firmly believe that we will witness an increase in the number of small businesses receiving support from the departments. It is worth noting that we have previously experienced success.
On a point of order.
This is the point of order.
Chairperson, is it parliamentary to have such a poster or a video in a council city? If there's nothing wrong that you are seeing with that, we see everything wrong with it.
Honorable member, some of members, the challenge of the network, then they had to leave.
Wait. You are speaking to me and you are responding.
No, Honorable Council. Honorable Council.
Honorable Council, order.
You made your point, sit down. You made your point, sit down.
Honorable Council. Please. Please. Honorable member, can you please continue?
Thank you very much. It is worth noting that we have previously experienced success in capacity building collaboration with the Small Enterprise Development Agency. Building upon this solid foundation, we are confident that we can expand our efforts to encompass other training intervention as part of our joint endeavor. We remain dedicated to promoting the growth and prosperity of small businesses and look forward to working together in curating this capacity building program for LED practitioners. By enhancing their capacities, we will foster an environment where small businesses can access the necessary support and resources, ultimately contributing to the broader economic development of our nation. Honorable Chair, we would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the department for engaging in consultation with SALGA during the initial phases of the business.
Can you please switch off your video? Switch off your video, honorable member. Yeah. Itime ngwaneso uqhubeke qetelle di hours minutes how di ngata.
Furthermore, we express our gratitude for accept. Furthermore, we express itimile, Chair.
Kuba.
Okay, furthermore, we express our gratitude for accept.
Kuba, honorable member.
At our National Working Group on Economic Development. While the process of gazetting for public comments is yet to commence, we kindly request the department to allow organized local government sufficient time to. This will enable us to compile a comprehensive and mandated submission that accurately represent the interest of our members. The proposed amendment organized local diligent approach in consulting our members to gather their perspective. By allowing, we can ensure that our submission.
No, it's okay.
The proposed amendment holds great significance for organized local that we undertake a diligent approach consulting our members to gather their perspective. By allowing sufficient time for consultation, we can ensure that our submission reflect the collective. We value the collaboration partnership between SALGA and the department, and we are committed to ensure that our engagement with members in the amendment process is thought rough and representative. Honorable Chair, it will be remiss of me if I did not touch on the debilitating impact of the load shedding. It is crucial to highlight the findings presented in a report published by the NetBank.
You're on a point of order.
In according to the report, more than 60% of township businesses are compelled to halt their operation during load shedding, while over 66% of businesses have been compelled to lay off employees due to the persistent challenge.
Order, honorable members.
This distress is a stark reality.
Honorable
All
member,
our
as you
endeavors
conclude,
businesses will prove futile unless the issue of load shedding is promptly and decisively resolved. The gravity of the situation necessitates our undivided attention and considered efforts. Resolving the persistent issue of load shedding is imperative to safeguarding the stability and viability of small businesses. It is therefore essential that we prioritize the urgent resolution of this matter to create an environment where small businesses can thrive and contribute to the growth of our economy. In closing, Chair, I would like to commend the department for tabling a budget vote that proportionally responds to the challenges.
Thank you, honorable member. Your time is over.
Yes, Senator, we take this opportunity.
Your time is over, honorable member. Thank you. Order, honorable members. The next speaker is Honorable BP Shiba from beautiful province Mpumalanga, MEC Agriculture, Rural Development, and Land and Environment Affairs.
Malibongwe.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson Mengwenya. Let me greet you, and also to greet the Deputy Chairperson, Ms. Sylvia Lucas, Honorable Ministers that are here with us, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of the NCOP, special as well as permanent, my colleagues, MEC that are present here, as well as those that are in visual platform, Secretary and officials of the NCOP, Sanmonang.
It is encouraging to learn how much the Department of Small Business Development has done in supporting the small and developing businesses in the country. It's also appreciative to see their commitment to develop the young entrepreneurs, both at policy formulation and implementation. The department has planned for the creation of sector-specific youth catalytic projects with higher impact through leveraging on existing opportunities in the priority sectors of the economy. They focus on projects according to specific sectors in the economy, such as green economy, information and communication technology, etc. This is covered in details in the Youth Enterprise Development Strategy programs. Of particular to note is the Youth Entrepreneurship Collateral Fund that aims to assist the young entrepreneurs who have challenges in securing funding due to their lack of assets to serve as collateral. This will enable the SMMEs and cooperatives in the country to achieve their full potential in terms of contributing to inclusive economic growth. House Chairperson, the Mpumalanga province has adopted the revitalization of the township economy by the provision of support to SMMEs in the township, such as funding, machinery, and skills development. This will cover hair salon, car wash equipment, agro-processing, equipment for production of peanut butter and castor oil, provision of spaza shop equipment, and green economy waste management equipment. Other programs include tire initiative program, where the province has formalized a relationship with tire manufacturers and currently supporting rural and township outlet located in all the districts, 4 in Ehlanzeni, 3 in both Nkangala and Hart Sibande. The incubation program focusing on steel initiative in Steve Tshwete municipality and the Furniture Technology Center in the city of Mbombela municipality, small businesses in the township to access the requisite skills. We have also committed to provide funding to 100 young people through Mpumalanga Youth Development Fund and 50 to generational mix to stimulate township economy through agriculture, retail and tourism, and manufacturing. The agro-processing support focuses on grain, meat products, fruit, and vegetables. Developing entrepreneurs are supported with infrastructure, equipment, training, and market. The province is working with all municipalities to ensure that the regulatory environment in the township and rural areas is conducive for small business to thrive without experiencing red tapes. The red tape reduction strategy has been adopted to provide support to municipalities in easing way of doing business by SMMEs and the broader informal sector. Thank you very much, House Chairperson.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Honorable Raya.
Thank you, House Chair. The South Africa of Nelson Mandela was filled with hope and promise. South Africans were keen to work together, and investors were queuing up to give us money and opportunity. The potential was unlimited, and we took our place as Africa's powerhouse across so many metrics. And then the ANC government used every method possible to destroy the goodwill, the potential, and the foundation that had been laid. From bad policy decisions to cadre deployment to empowerment mechanisms that were designed to be nothing more than get-rich-quick schemes for a few connected individuals, we limped along through the Mbeki era with a pontificating president more interested in his international legacy than domestic growth and development. Then, of course, came the 9 wasted years of corruption and wholesale state capture under Zuma, where nothing new was built, and the green shoots that we had begun to see were decimated. Along then came the promise of a new dawn, and people rallied with hope behind President Ramaphosa, but policy uncertainty, a lack of decisiveness, hamstrung leadership forced to put party loyalists ahead of competent leaders, and an unwillingness to abandon outdated ideologies just for the sake of unity have cost this country our future. Yesterday, the African Development Bank released its Economic Outlook report, where they conclude that South Africa is dragging down regional growth. The die-hard trumpeters of the New Dawn are all offering public apologies. Peter Bruce, Magda Wiertschike, the list goes on. I was even going to include Prince Mashele, but he blew his credibility this week. We've squandered our inheritance, and we are left destitute with a shrinking economy, a tarnished reputation, failing infrastructure, and a government intent on finding new and absurd ways to further entrench our downward spiral. As Ms. Wiertschike said, South Africa has become irrelevant to investors. What hope then is there for small businesses, for trade and industry? But the obstructions placed by government do not only come from presidents. There's a raft of ministers and MECs to make things worse. I could barely believe the audacity of the African National Congress sending MEC Motaro to debate here after the court lambasted her heavy-handed axing of the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency. At least she had the decency not to show up. And now the Small Business Department is giving funds to districts to prop up the district development model, bringing mayors and MMCs into the circle. Minister, do yourself a favor. Follow up after 1 year. Go back and find the equipment that you would have funded. Ask the person in possession of that equipment which councillor they are related to, and then ask them when last the equipment worked properly. On that note, let's discuss how little respect SALGA has for us as a house and for South Africans in general. The councillor couldn't even be bothered to stop the car, to bombard us with the absolutely shockingly bad delivery of the speech that had been written for her. Just a pity we had the wrong House chair in the seat. Minister Pantel, you mentioned a few individual businesses that you've helped. Should your focus not be not so much on individual businesses, but on creating environments for all businesses to thrive in, creating places where businesses can trade? You also mentioned district municipalities, but have you looked at the state of the fresh produce markets around the country that are municipality managed? Too many of them are falling into ruin. This is a key market for our small scale businesses, farmers, on both sides of the equation, both buying and selling. Too many of them have fallen into ruin, and there's none of the beneficiation that Honorable Gai mentioned in his speech, except, of course, in the Western Cape. Initiatives like Project Kulisa in Drakenstein. Westgrow is doing the work that your department should be doing, Minister. Go and visit them. Take a notebook. Exports from the Western Cape grew by 36% in 2021. Think how this compares to the rest of our economy, which is practically shrinking. What a boost would that be to economic growth? Yet Program 7 of your budget vote gets so little attention, so little funding, and so little support. Your priorities, Minister. Honorable Lawn spoke about the benefits of opening African markets. Minister, you also spoke about the sugar industry and the problems that are there. The stalling of the mills in KwaZulu-Natal is killing the subsistence and the small-scale farmers. Issues around the levies that are paid by those small-scale farmers across to the big operators that are not being paid to government are taking people out of the industry. Your actions that you're taking are too slow, Minister. Act now with urgency. Lives are at stake. We saw it for ourselves when we took Parliament to the people. Ministers, you've both come to tell us about your respective budget votes here today. Minister Patel brought not much new, doubling down on stuff that hasn't worked already in the past. Poor Minister Ndabeni Abrahams has merely inherited the budget and programs of Minister Ntreveni, so no real authority or power to change the direction of the department. And I blame the president for that, for taking so long to shuffle his dirty pack. But with AGOA hanging by a thread and the ANC government making faux pas after faux pas, Minister Patel, you should be fighting like a Trojan in cabinet to stop your colleagues from leading us down the wrong paths. Minister Ndabeni Abrahams, the same for you, but you both lack the support, the political support. And so business owners in South Africa, from small businesses to big industry, the people that really provide jobs, that will bring South Africans out of poverty, that will reduce the inequality in our country and put people to work. These people are left to do what they can, not thanks to government, but in spite of government. Contrast this with the enabling environment that is created in the DA-led Western Cape provincial government that resulted in 98% of the jobs created in the last quarter being created in this province. Do you think it's an accident that the DA-led Mid-Vaal municipality, the sixth fastest growing municipality in South Africa in terms of population, still manages to have the lowest unemployment rate in Gauteng? As I conclude, House Chairperson, when businesses thrive, people thrive. We all know this, ministers, you as well. Your programs are not working. Your plans are failing. Just look at the brain emission that banned scrap metal exports. Step aside and let the DA fix South Africa. Failing that, Woza 2024. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Honorable Tango.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Minister Patel, Minister, I'm glad, Minister Abrams, that the DA has acknowledged that you will be there for a long time. Honorable Lon said that you are young and you'll be there for a long time. That means the ANC acknowledges that the ANC will be there for a long time. Chairperson, the mandate of the ANC-led government is to respond to the legacy and the imbalances created in the past to de-racialize the South African economy through a radical socio-economic transformation process. This can only be achieved through structural transformation and the proliferation of small and medium enterprises, particularly in highly concentrated sectors, to enable our economy to address challenges of social reproduction by enabling an environment whereby SMMEs will create 9 million jobs by 2030 as enshrined in the NDP. Honorable Rai, I support you. Support for the SMMEs. SMMEs are for the backbone of our economy, contributing significantly to the job creation, innovation, and economic growth. It is crucial that we recognize the vital role they play and take in a proactive role and measures to support their development and success. The support for SMMEs in a developing economy like ours cannot be overemphasized. It is concerning that 40% of our SMEs do not make it past the first year of existence, 60% past the second year, and 90% past the 10 years of inception. We need to create a conducive environment for SMEs to be sustainable. It is therefore imperative that the Department of Small Business Development forge ahead with the implementation of SMMEs and cooperatives funding policy, which will ensure improvement of access to affordable finance for SMMEs. Further accelerate the implementation of township and rural entrepreneurship programs, which is a dedicated program to provide financial or non-financial support to the township and rural enterprises, with emphasis on the enterprises owned and managed by women, youth, and persons with disabilities. We are concerned that CIFA continues to deny the funding requests and plans developed by SEDA without providing any remedy or corrective action. Additionally, some programs, such as the Informal Traders Support Program, are implemented at a national level, with insufficient information being cascaded down to the provinces to conduct monitoring and evaluation to those projects. We call upon the department to correct this and to ensure that it enables SMMEs to funding excesses. What is of greater concern is the fiscal austerity in relation to funding of the department's entities and budget cuts, with SEDA's budget in particular likely to decrease by 95 million during the year under review. SEDA spending is anticipated to decline at an average annual rate of 2.2% from 1 billion in 2022-2023 to 944 million in 2025-2026. Small enterprises which employ the vast majority of South Africa's people and suffer greatly from 3 to 4 hours with electricity are the backbone of the country's economy. It may therefore imply that the government should pursue expansionary fiscal processes by increasing spending on small enterprises. The agency will continue to support localization, viability, and business competitiveness over the medium term, with an emphasis on the growth of township, rural, and informal enterprises. Over the period ahead, it will facilitate the establishment of 250 focused business incubators. This will be funded by allocations amounting to 503 million rand over the medium term and completed by the private sector funding through the midterm expenditure framework period. The agency aims to support 9,000 SMMEs and cooperatives in becoming competitive in the local markets and to create 15,000 jobs for the SMMEs. We need to look at how we develop the township economies. It is common cause that our economy in the townships are largely based on the services sector. It is also factual that the majority of our township spaza shops, hair and beauty salons have been outsourced to foreign nationals, which over time have fueled a xenophobic sentiment amongst our people. We have to develop our SMMEs in sector in order to create a system of cohesion and cooperation among foreign nationals, South Africans, in order to integrate for the further expansion and as a consequence create a vibrant and dynamic economy. As I go ahead, as I see my time is coming up, Chairperson, I want to deal with the issue of DTIC interventions on energy issues in particular. The continual power outages are having an adverse impact on the broader economy and the ability of the government to effectively implement the industrial policy. These outages have caused many businesses across the sectors of the economy to experience lower production, higher costs, reduced income. Stable electricity supply at an appropriate price is an essential and economic growth tool for industrialization. Notwithstanding the new APP, with a reliable and affordable supply of electricity, slow economic growth, and limited foreign direct investment. Honorable Labuschagne, being the backbone of the economy, the DTIC is at the center of fostering growth and development. As a result, the DTIC cannot immunize itself from the energy crisis. As a result, the ANC-led government, through the DTIC, has formulated 8 key actions to conclude the following to resolve the energy challenges. They were the establishment of an energy one-stop shop to assist power generating companies to navigate the different legislative processes and improve the turnaround times by assisting investors to submit applications through a single window. To increase the private sector investment in electricity generation, the South African Investment Conference and the IDC serve as primary conduits to unlock the investments in that particular sector. The regulatory flexibility in terms of transformation is being considered in the form of a customized BEE scorecard, which takes into account the unique characteristics of the utility and scale-up electricity projects. At the center of this is pursuing transformation that is at first a necessity for inclusive growth and at the same time improving regulatory flexibility. The establishment of a blended funding facility of 1.3 billion between DTIC, IDC, and the NEF. The Energy Resilience Scheme aims by means of working capital to assist companies with an alternative energy solution, to support local component manufacturers, and to support township and rural businesses with the acquisition of capital equipment, technical support, and non-financial assistance. Work to focus on attracting investment in the component manufacturing, providing support to DTIC and its DFI, and pursuing the trade and export remedies related to a renewable energy components with a focus on the regional markets. Chairperson, I wish to turn to an issue that was raised by the minister, and he raised the questions of attracting investment into South Africa. He raised the question of ACWA in particular, and ACWA in particular has a particular history. That history is, when I was outside the country, I persuaded the Saudi investors to come to South Africa. Amongst them was ACWA. And fortunately, the deputy chair of the NCOP at that time was the premier of the Northern Cape. She had taken those ACWA investors around in a helicopter and persuaded them to invest. That is a positive measure of how you can actually attract investment without being negative. Now, you know, there's a difference between a positive and a negative. And if you have, in the old days, you had photographs. You had the positive and you had the negative. And sometimes the opposition sounds like they are the negative continuously. Having said that, also the minister, you had raised the question of DeFi. DeFi is a Turkish company that has invested heavily in South Africa. And unfortunately, they have not come across as other Turkish companies where there is a situation of some people still playing the Ottomans and New Crusaders. We have New Crusaders here amongst us. Minister, you also raised the question of Boland and the history and the movie that you had produced, or that you had facilitated producing. I want to encourage you, Minister, to look at something else in the movie industry. Look at the question of slavery in South Africa. Look at the question of producing the history of slavery in South Africa and its consequences thereof. And maybe if Honorable Lunt will agree, he'll put together a program to get the descendants of the slave masters to apologize for slavery in South Africa. Yeah. Honorable Minister, I think what we need to do is actually encourage people, as I've said yesterday and the day before, to renew their patriotism for South Africa, to stop talking down the investment potential of South Africa, that every time they make negative statements, they actually push down the negative position. No, and if you come across an Honorable Ryder had raised the question of the hope that had come about in 1994. Because 1994 was a situation where we had created hope by including everybody. 1994 where it was a situation where nobody was excluded from that. And maybe if we can return to that kind of era, we can actually move forward as South Africa, as part of a successful South Africa, as part of a successful Africa, and as part of a successful world, where we take into consideration not only our relationship with the US, our relationship with the BRICS, and I want to just repeat the words of the Prime Minister of Malaysia that I saw the other night. He said that he was asked the question, what is your relationship with the United States? He said, we have good relationships with them and we are friends. He was asked the same question about China, and he said, they are a large neighbor, they are good friends, we have our own foreign policy, we are become independent, and we are friends with all. So this is the position that we have taken in South Africa. We are friends with all. We want to create a peaceful world, and we don't take the position that we want. Yeah, the question of Ukraine, I think, is important. But then so is the question of Israel and Palestine. What have you said about that? Nothing. Now, of course, you're a neo-colonialist. You're a neo-colonialist and a, what did I call you?
As you
What else
conclude,
can I say? Yeah, no, it's not changing the subject. This position and this taking of land is the same thing. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
thanks very much, Honorable Dango. The next speaker is Honorable S. Chin Dabeni Abrams, Minister of Small Business and Development. Dombo.
Ngiyabulela mhlali ngaphambili. I think kubalulekile into yoba amalungu eParliament xa eza-engage on matters that affect the livelihoods of our SMMEs equip themselves with what is happening in our country. I think it's very important. Earlier on, I stood here, I outlined the number of SMMEs that had benefited from the interventions by the department. And yet you have honorable members who come here and lie blatantly to say this department has not done anything for the small businesses. I counted numbers here. We invited members to go and see what is being done there. Yes, honorable members, with the budget that we're tabling here of 2 billion rands plus, indeed, it is not sufficient to deal with the challenges that are faced by small businesses. But I think it shouldn't be right that you feel comfortable to come and lie and say there's nothing that has been done. As I say that, it's also important to listen because you represent the public and the constituencies that you come from. When you listen coming to a budget vote, it's important that you go out and outline exactly to those that brought you to this house what is happening. You are saying there's nothing that has been done on red tape. Blatant lie again. I stood here, I said you are in the process of amending the Small Medium Enterprise Act. I said we're in the process of amending the Business Development Act. I outlined processes to say by the end of 2023, 2024, we would have presented here in this house, and hopefully when it is finalized, then we'll be able to make the changes. Right here in this city that we're in here in the Western Cape, Cape Town specifically, our small businesses, especially those that are African, are excluded. And as they're excluded, honorable members, it is this city that is charging hawkers and informal businesses and other small enterprises 5,000 rands for a permit. I'm talking about a city that prides itself for supporting small businesses, whilst all the other municipalities that they claim to fail and not doing anything for small businesses, they charge 250 rands, 250 rands. Now, I want everyone and all South Africans and the small businesses that are watching us and listening to us here, they must know what it means for other parties to govern, what it means to support small enterprises, because it is those that they love so much, but unfortunately, you don't have it that they must like and love you. That's why they'll continue to exclude you in the economy and come here and want to even dictate and undermine the country's stance on international matters because it suits their personal interest and personal interest. Unfortunately, as the department, Honorable Chairperson, we have a responsibility to embrace all small businesses. That is why in this Western Cape, I outlined the number of small businesses that we have supported. Even though we're an incompetent and failing department, There are small businesses that were never serviced by this government that is claiming here, and the party that takes pride in saying that it can do better and better than the ANC. I feel really for the people of the Western Cape, but most importantly, I feel worse for the honorable members, because I understand they really have to do everything in order for them to come back to this house. Failure to criticize everything that we're doing would lead to them being out of this house and never again come back to parliament, because that is what their party does. Honorable members, we are here, as I indicated earlier, to table the budget for this financial year, which was allocated to us, a budget of 2.5 billion rands, which constitutes transfers and subsidies of 2,226,000 rands. Compensation of employees, 225 million rands, goods and services, 118 million rands, and capital expenditure, 4.94 million rands. I don't know what does this mean if it doesn't really indicate the commitment by the ANC government to say out of the budget of 2.5, 2.2 goes to transfers that must support entrepreneurs of our country, irrespective of their geographical area. Honorable members, I would like to invite you to go and visit for yourselves the businesses that we've spoken about, but most importantly, to also consider what we outlined earlier, to say we will be building market centers for small businesses. I did highlight that as you go to the big malls, we also invite you to go and support small businesses. This we do because we understand that rent is too expensive for small businesses. Therefore, government takes responsibility to build properties wherein small businesses can come and trade.
Conclude.
And yes, I did talk to the 200 million rands that we're going to provide on energy relief, but I guess honorable members are not listening. I said 70 million rands to power up all the markets outside the 200 million rands. We invite you to accept this budget and stay away from people who are so ignorant that they think that they can politic, cheaply so, on the affairs of the small businesses. We need you, fellow fighters. The real economic freedom fighters must rise, and it is only you entrepreneurs of our country that can change all this rhetoric that is being said in this house. Thank you, House Chair.
Good.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable members, we continue with our debate now. I would like to recognize Honorable E. Patel, Minister Trade, Industry and Competition.
Well, thank you very much, House Chair. I want to thank the honourable members for the contributions made in the debate today. Honourable Gai and Honourable Dango reflected on the policy framework of the DTIC, speaking to industrial policy, promoting mineral beneficiation through structural transformation, addressing the challenges, the real challenges of economic concentration, and also how the DTIC actions on energy will assist to address and turn around the energy challenges. Honourable Moimang spoke of localization as a driver of growth, and he pointed to the potential for more value chains. And his comment is borne out by the experience in the pandemic, when we were able to use South Africa's industrial base to ensure supplies of critical goods to citizens and indeed to neighboring countries. Honourable Peters and Sheba illustrated the way in which the DTIC budget supports provinces and gave us an insight into the measures taken by government across the country to deal with township and rural economies, the revitalization of industrial parks, and the potential for sectors like the auto sector. Honourable Hadebe saw the AFCFTA as a great opportunity, and I'm delighted at his suggestion that the DTIC needs even more budget to take forward this important mandate. In contrast to this, the members of the DA and the EFF are in full election mode. And in the process, they miss the opportunity to offer thoughtful ideas or suggestions to the country's problems. Even by my low expectation of what I thought they would say, I was disappointed. In an effort to rubbish all that is good, the DA took the absurd position that there is no progress, that all is bleak. It's a hopeless vision filled with rhetoric and despair. No wonder they cannot keep their own coalitions together, leading to unstable governments. It is easy but empty, reflecting the absence of substantial proposals by the DA. Honorable Lont and Ryder, however, make many claims. And in the limited time, I want to challenge a few of those claims. The first claim, South Africa is not tapping into the African market. Is it true? Well, South Africa chaired the Council of Ministers of the AfCFTA, and during our stewardship, the large percentage of rules of origin were agreed, the legal basis for trade was put in place, a number of developments around sorting out the modalities of the AfCFTA were wrapped up. The president led state visits involving Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, Cote d'Ivoire, Botswana, and Namibia, just in this period since the last budget vote. Last I checked, they were all on the African continent. But most importantly, almost 500 billion rand in exports last year to the rest of the continent, a growth of 25% over 1 year. If we look at the period over 10 years, it's a growth of 88%. Real, substantial driving of our export effort and building the African continent, not with rhetoric, but with action. The second claim is that it's only the politically connected that are benefiting from opportunities. Is this true? I want to point to the 85,000 workers at Shoprite Checkers who are now shareholders in the company. Are they politically connected? I point to the 25,000 workers at Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, and Heineken who are shareholders in their companies and nominate members to the board of those companies. Are they politically connected? I can point to the 1,000 industrialists who told their stories at the Black Industrialist Conference. People who work hard, who run businesses, making car parts, supplying South Africans with food and clothing, providing industry with chemicals, with steel, with engineering products. Industrialists who export to other African and global markets. Are they politically connected? It's deeply disturbing that when an industrialist is Black, the assumption is that they improperly benefited from government largesse and support. I want to tell you the story of Jesse Ndaba and Khalid Manju, who formed a company called Astrofika. It comes from the word Africa and the word astro. Astrofika designs and builds satellites for space missions, manufacture ground-based support systems for the export market. The company exports to the UAE, to Saudi Arabia, to Europe, to Australia, and the USA. We celebrate that excellence of South Africans. The third claim, they say it's misleading to give reasons such as COVID and the global recession to explain the performance of the economy. Is this true? Wow. I started the debate by saying, despite the major challenges, we've made considerable progress with pursuing the goals of growth and transformation. We could have focused only on the headwinds, the problems that we have, but we chose not to do so, though those headwinds are real. COVID-19 is not an excuse. It led to the sharpest recession since the Second World War. And in April this year, the International Monetary Fund reported that about 1/4 of countries had not yet recovered to levels before the pandemic. The July 21 unrest and the April 22 floods are not excuses. They destroyed billions of rands of industrial and infrastructure assets. But what we do in the DTIC is, in spite of these constraints, to see how we can boost investment, new jobs and growth with transformation. Yes, it's tough, but the officials of the department have refocused their efforts. For example, every senior DTIC official will be allocated a district to champion, so that the work of the department more strongly reflects the needs of communities and businesses. The fourth claim, the Western Cape as a DA-governed province is well run and the DA targets the vulnerable. Is this true? I must concede that Honorable Lont is right, that the DA targets the vulnerable, but not perhaps in the way that he thinks. I would invite Honorable Lont to walk in townships where people live in overcrowded backyards, where young children at the start of a year are not placed in schools. I invite you to visit Masipumelele or Khayelitsha or Philippi or Dunoon and see the deep challenges faced by Black South Africans. Yet it's a different picture to the wealthy suburbs, but it belies the claim of the DA that it cares about the vulnerable or the bitterly poor in Boland towns. Or let's go to the capital city, Tshwane, and see the circumstances of residents in Itereleng living with impassable roads, or the constant shortage of water supplies in suburbs in Pretoria, leading businesses to be in despair. Or go to Nelson Mandela Bay when it was under DA rule, where I visited an area where the sewage was running through the yards of residents and young children were playing in filth while the DA was in power. Honorable Ryder says there's nothing new in the program this year. Is it true? I would invite Honorable Ryder to take off his blinkers. I'm happy to give him a copy of the annual performance plan of the department in larger script. Read it, Honorable Ryder. Learn, educate yourself, see the successes we've gained. Recognize that even in the select committee and the portfolio committee, the DA itself recognized that the annual performance plan was welcome and had some very useful points in it. The Western Cape story is one that is constantly raised by the DA. We work with Wesgro. I celebrate when Wesgro gains, or when any firm in the Western Cape gains, or in the Eastern Cape, or Gauteng, or Mpumalanga. It is because we represent all of South Africa. And the extent of the support given by national government to firms in the Western Cape is not acknowledged. Let me give just a few examples. When we negotiated the deal with the United Kingdom, I sat down with the minister, we worked out the modalities, and 70 million additional liters of wine can now be exported from South Africa, largely from Stellenbosch, to the UK, free of duty. We provide examples after examples of us giving support to small farmers, large farmers to export fruit, citrus fruit, peaches, apples to the rest of the world. We want the rest of the world to benefit from it because it creates jobs here. And so, as I wrap up, our annual performance plan supports industrialists through addressing the obstacles to investing. It supports small businesses through greater opportunity to take part in the economy. It supports workers through the focus on jobs, on expanding worker ownership, and it supports energy users through the exemptions from part of the Competition Act that I announced yesterday. It supports young people and women through the incentives to enable them to start businesses. It supports foreign investors through addressing red tape and constraints to doing businesses. It supports local firms through trade measures that ensure a playing field and an incentive package that enables more firms to upgrade their operations. This is something we can celebrate. Let's not ignore the challenges, but let's celebrate what we get right as a country. And this is what is being proud of being African and being proud of being South African. I thank you.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Order, honorable members, honorable delegates. We have come to an end of the debate of budget vote 36 and 39. I would like to thank the minister and the deputy ministers for their participation. Honorable members, I would like to invite House Chairperson Nyambi to continue with the next.
Chair, just before you go, point of order, Chair. Just before you go, Chair, point of order.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you so much for allowing me, Chair. Appreciate the gracious gesture. Chair, is it not time for our ruling of yesterday's point of order by the bench?
We're still continuing. You'll get it. Don't worry. Don't rush.
So with your indulgence, Chair, we'll just sporadically remind you.
Patience.
Thank you, Chair.
Patience. Patience.
Be
Are you the
patient.
timekeeper there? Are you having a new role of a timekeeper in the DA?
This is South Africa. Don't be hurried.
Order, members. Honorable delegates, let me take this opportunity once again also to welcome the minister, the deputy minister present here for the third order policy debate on budget vote 38 tourism appropriation bill, B3 2023 National Assembly section 77. Honorable Dilil, Minister, and Honorable Mahlalela, we are welcome to this National Council of Provinces and special delegates, MECs, Salga on the virtual platform and the guest in the gallery. We're now going to call Honorable Dilil, the Minister of Tourism, to open the debate.
Good afternoon, Molweni. Assalamu alaikum. Honorable Chairperson, thank you for the welcome. Honorable Deputy Minister, honorable members of the Select Committee, all the honorable MECs, honorable members of the NCOP, the DG of the Department of Tourism and the officials of the Department of Tourism, all our tourism stakeholders and members of the public and the media. It really gives me great pleasure this afternoon to present the 23-24 budget vote to the NCOP as we look forward with renewed passion for this important sector of our economy. Chairperson, our country remains one of the most sought after travel destinations, and my mission is clear. We cannot become complacent, and we must work much harder to grow the tourist numbers beyond the pre-COVID-19 levels. Over the past 3 months, I've been engaging with players from across the tourism sector, focused on how government and all partners in the private sector can implement solutions to grow exponentially. I also held a MINMEC meeting with all the MECs for tourism 2 weeks ago, and very impressed on the level of urgency and the partnerships that we need to grow the sector together. One of the key issues we need to address is also the safety of our tourists, and of course, including the safety of all our people. And I will be hosting a safety forum on tourism on Monday, the 29th, with the MECs, the private sector representatives and government departments to work on a plan of action to improve safety measures for visitors. Happy Africa Day to all of us and to all of you. And as we celebrate Africa Day to create the Africa we want, this year marks the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the OAU, now the African Union. Celebrations for Africa Day this year, we celebrate under the theme, Our Africa, Our Future. As a proud member of the AU, we must accelerate actions that will move the country and the continent towards achieving its socio-economic and political development for the Africa we want. We must collaborate to see greater implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement Minister Patel referred to bring greater prosperity to our continent. And tourism has a key role to play in this regard, as Africa is a diverse continent with vibrant cities and rich cultures. The United Nations World Travel Organization has shared in its message, Africa Day message, that Africa is also a hub of entrepreneurship and innovation and boasts some of the most exciting tourism destinations in the world and on the planet. Let me turn to the budget, Honorable Chairperson. The total budget is 2.524 billion rand. The main allocations are as follows: 1.344 billion to the department's main entity, the South African Tourism, 347 million on the compensation of employees, 303 million for the extended public works program, and 225 million rand for the various tourism incentive programs that we are running. So the largest portion of the department's budget allocation in the past and over the medium term is allocated to our public entity, the South African Tourism, whose primary mandate is the marketing of South Africa as a tourist destination to local and international tourists. The department is therefore left with 1.180 billion to implement programs which support the most vulnerable in society, including the unemployed youth, as well as SMMEs in rural villages and towns. And we are targeting all of these groups on a national basis. So in summary, the department's implementing programs which support the most vulnerable in society, as well as SMMEs in rural villages and towns, and that these programs include a Working for Tourism program to EPWP, the Tourism Incentive Program, which supports greater destination competitiveness, transformation, and accelerated tourism and enterprise growth. So for the current financial year, 303 million rand is being allocated for EPWP in the Destination Development Program. The department's Enterprise Development and Transformation Program also enable us to implement projects that provide various support packages to SMMEs that drive transformation and ensure the development of emerging operators. SA Tourism, the key issues that they will focus on in this current financial year, they will continue to prioritize domestic tourism, followed by regional and then international tourism as per the Tourism Sector Recovery Plan. Key to this will be the Global Tourism Brand Campaign that seeks to ensure that South Africa is embedded as a top-of-mind destination for all potential tourists. Also, with the intention to connect and promote South Africa as a lucrative destination to international airlines. Now, let me briefly turn to some of the programs in the department that that we will be implementing in this financial year. Chairperson and honorable members, safety and security are critical for tourism in South Africa, impacting on visitor safety, destination reputation, economic growth, regulatory compliance, and community support. We need to confront the safety issues. And in this regard, we need collaboration, ideas, and solutions from the public and the private sector. We are reviewing the curriculum of the department's Safety Monitors program, where they are recruited from and where they are deployed in terms of priority areas. The current budget to train the tourism 1,845 tourism monitors across the country is estimated at 147.6 million. We also have called on the private sector to add some more resources and support us in this program. Another program from the department is the Market Access Support Program. In terms of the key programs by the department to support the growth of the sector, this is one of the key programs, which is a tool to stimulate the growth, development, and transformation of the South African tourism sector. The Tourism Incentive Program has been allocated 225 million rand for this financial year for implementation of the following intervention: the Market Access Support program, the Green Tourism Incentive Program, the Tourism Transformation Fund, and the Tourism Grading Support Program, just to name a few. The Market Access Program offers partial financial support towards the cost of exhibition space, return airfare, hotel accommodation to qualifying small tourism enterprises that wish to participate and exhibit at selected tourism trade platforms. For the first 2 months of this year already, we have supported 152 small enterprises to exhibit at the World Travel Market of Africa and also the Africa Travel Indaba to the value of 11.8 million. And these enterprises come from all 9 provinces. So we still have between 3 and 8 million rand available for this financial year to support more SMMEs to attend the travel trade shows. The Green Tourism Incentive Program, where we offer a partial grant on the cost of retrofitting tourism facilities with energy and water efficiency equipment systems based on the outcome of a resource efficiency audit. And the total budget allocated for this year is 76 million. And on the 2nd of May, we advertise and encourage tourism establishments to apply for this funding to retrofit their establishment with energy and water efficiency. This will close on the 30th of June, and all the information is available on our website. Turning to township tourism. The township tourism sector is a vital one for our economy, and I had fruitful engagements with South African Township and Village Tourism Association, SATU VITO. Working with them and other stakeholders, the department is finalizing plans to ensure our communities enjoy the full economic benefits of tourism. We will do this by broadening participation in the tourism value chain for SATU VITO members and other businesses to develop new tour programs into townships and villages, while also focusing on skills development and business acumen training. Briefly on infrastructure, tourism infrastructure and maintenance of the assets are aligned to both projects protect and rejuvenate and reignite demand pillars of the tourism sector recovery plan. And in this regard, the department has rolled out an infrastructure maintenance program. The maintenance program is aimed at refurbishing tourism assets, increasing visitor experience, supporting sustainability of tourist attractions, and providing employment. So in this current financial year, in our APP, we target and we will monitor the implementation of 29 community-based tourism projects in the following provinces: Limpopo, Eastern Cape, Free State, KwaZulu-Natal, and Mpumalanga, the Northwest and Northern Cape. And the places, I will provide the names of all the places where this is going to happen. The maintenance program in the provincial state-owned attractions, it's implemented together with the DBSA with a total budget of 124.4 million. So the infrastructure maintenance program is also aimed at refurbishing tourism assets, increasing visitors' experience, supporting sustainability of tourist attractions, and providing opportunity. Then the department also has a total budget of 97 million for 25 maintenance projects in this current financial year. And again, I will provide a list of the sites: 4 in Mpumalanga, 5 in Limpopo, 6 Eastern Cape, 4 in the Free State, and 6 in the Western Cape. Turning to domestic tourism, we've performed very well, and we must continue to put attractive packages together so that South Africans can make bookings and explore their own country's vast beauty and tourist offerings. The domestic travel market for the first quarter of this year, January to March 2023, we really, with overnight trips, we exceeded the pre-2019 levels by 41%. The spend in the first quarter was also more than increased by 24%. So expenditure from local holiday trips in the first quarter was 9.5 billion compared to 7.9 billion in 2022. South Africa offers a diverse range of captivating destinations for international travelers, and they tend to spend most of their nights in the Western Cape, followed by Gauteng, Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, KZN, the Northwest, and also draw tourists to their unique charms. While smaller provinces currently see fewer visitors, we encourage tourists to explore these hidden gems as they too boast of unparalleled beauty. So domestic tourists are important because this sector can, is mainly being sustained by the domestic tourism sector and is gradually recovering. South African tourism continues to encourage the South African product owners, SAPO, to cater for domestic travelers' needs to their various products and offering. The Short Left campaign must be accelerated and we encourage South Africans to participate by offering discounts of up to 50% off during the week starting from the 4th to the 10th of September. We will be encouraging South Africans to travel our beautiful, vibrant, and diverse country. And so to market this, we are calling on businesses to make these offers. And in return, we will then market the deals all over our marketing sites. So this initiative is in collaboration with local tourism trade partners, and that will offer up to 50% discount locally within the market. And I encourage all South Africans and local tourism agencies to participate. Honorable Chairperson, all tourism stakeholders, MECs, and government tourism departments must focus our efforts to implement the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan and the Tourism Recovery Plan. And our goal must be to surpass the pre-COVID-19 arrival numbers. We are still 21% behind 2019 levels, and which we want to exceed in this current year. So I urge, in conclusion, I urge MECs to supplement the program by the Department of Tourism aimed at supporting tourism enterprises so we can spread the benefit and growth in all our provinces, in all our little towns, dorpies, and villages across our country. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The next speaker is Honourable Khai, the chairperson of the Select Committee of Trade, Industry, Economic Development, Small Business Development, Tourism, Employment, and Labour. Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Greetings to you. Greetings to presiding officers. Greetings to the Minister and Deputy Minister, permanent and special delegates, and the DG of the Department of Tourism. We are proud that today marks the 60th anniversary of the historic founding of the Organization of African Unity, or AU, the forerunner to the African Union. I will also quote Emperor Haile Selassie and take further the quotation made by Honorable Majola. In his speech to the founding summit of the OAU, Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia said, "We stand today on the stage of world affairs before the audience of the world opinion. We have come together to assert our role in the direction of the world affairs and to discharge our duty to the great continent. Even as we stand here, we move from the past into the future. The task on which we have embarked, the making of Africa, will not wait. We must act to shape and mold the future and leave our imprint on events as they slip past into history. In the midst of global turmoil and threats of World War III and nuclear Armageddon, we salute the founding leaders of the project of building African unity for their far-sightedness and self-sacrifice. Indeed, we stand on the shoulders of giants. We say to fellow Africans listening, Salam, Jambo, Bonjour, Sanibonani. We are considering this budget vote 2 months after the Tottenham Hotspur sponsorship debacle. Thankfully to the minister, whoever thought that taking almost 1 billion of taxpayers' money to sponsor one of the biggest and richest football clubs in the world was a good idea, while millions of our people live in abject poverty, failed. So again, we thank the minister for her intervention, and also thanks to the whistleblowers who exposed the shenanigans at the South African Tourism Board. That deal was cancelled just in time. In the current economic climate, the use of public funds must be carefully considered. For any department to fulfill its mandate, it must be done cost effectively, exploring multiple options, and with due consideration to all priorities. Honorable House Chair, the COVID-19 pandemic has fundamentally reshaped the tourism business environment. The hybrid work model has become the new standard. One of the largest trends from the pandemic within the hybrid work concept is the rise of the so-called digital nomad. Digital nomads are people who travel freely while working remotely using technology and the internet. According to Forbes, there was 49% increase in digital nomads from 2019 to 2020 alone. Software as service offerings such as Zoom, Uber have greatly facilitated the rise in digital nomads across the world because of their accessibility. Employees across industry are simply able to visit a website and log into their accounts to access their company's platform and their cloud-stored personal data from anywhere around the world. Studies revealed that 79% of surveyed South Africans indicated that they work from home and had a hybrid work concept compared to just 26% pre-pandemic. In the wake of COVID-19, the tourism industry has worked hard to ensure that it provides maximum service to make sure that no needs goes unmet whilst continuing to protect traveler safety. According to the forecast from World Travel and Tourism Council, the tourism sector is forecasted to grow at an average rate of 7.6% annually over the next decade, significantly outstripping the 1.8% growth rate of the country's overall economy. By 2032, the sector's contribution to GDP could reach more than 554.6 billion, which is 77.4% of the total economy. The tourism industry has responded well to the tourism sector recovery plan. We must ask, what are the critical sectoral interventions that can be used to boost the tourism industry? The key focus of government and social partners should be cross-sectoral responses to boost tourism investment in technology and innovation to support the growth of the tourism industry. The significant role of the private sector should be outlined, working with government at all levels, and will guarantee success and turnaround of global standing. It is also significant to demonstrate how government can leverage public spending to attract investment in tourism. We believe that the department and SAT spending plans underscore the need for coordinated responses across the government and to work closely with the private sector. The key challenge is to align provincial and local government tourism development strategy and action plans with national action plans. We believe that if the district development model is effectively implemented, it could address some of the issues faced by the provincial and local governments in terms of implementing tourism development plans. The department's medium-term focus areas are in line with the pronouncement of the 2023 State of the Nation address. The SONA continues to prioritize the following issues identified in 2022. Support of SMMEs towards the recovery of tourism sector and its growth. 715 million rand has been prioritized of the medium term toward tourism sector support. 944.8 million has been prioritized over the medium term to enhance tourism assets and infrastructure projects. 4.2 billion will be transferred to South African tourism over the medium term to reignite demand for tourism in both domestic and international markets. The department has also allocated 82.7 million over the MTEF period to fund operational expenditure within the Enterprise Development and Transformation sub-program in Tourism Sector Support Services program. We recognize the tourism industry. We recognize the tourism industry's role in generating foreign exchange, including boosting local economic development. Further, tourism plays a significant role in terms of job creation and its potential to boost rural incomes and stimulating growth and expansion of businesses. We also highlighted the need to aggressively invest in infrastructure such as roads, energy, water, and sanitation, as well as ICT infrastructure to support the growth of the tourism industry across the country. Honorable Minister, we met with you in the Select Committee. We then made some recommendation for your consideration. In our recommendation, we emphasize that at all levels of government, there is a need for a coordinated way in implementing development projects. There is a need for an integrated tourism action plan to accelerate the implementation of tourism infrastructure. Further, we underscore the need to leverage public spending to attract private sector investment to tackle transformation objectives and expansion of tourism industry in both urban and rural economies. We also highlight the need to live cultural tourism and open opportunities in wildlife tourism to contribute to the growth of rural economies, including small towns and local communities. Collaborative initiatives between the Ministry of Tourism and other ministries responsible for arts, culture, and environment should build and be enhanced to support the growth of tourism industry. Further, there is a need for the Department of Tourism to establish a robust monitoring and evaluation mechanism to monitor the implementation of tourism sector recovery plan. The spending tracking should cover funds allocated to each strategic focus area. We note the concern raised by the industry players about the need to strengthen resilience of the tourism economy, addressing structural weaknesses, accelerating economic transformation, and encouraging more sustainable models of tourism development and improving competitiveness. We also make the following recommendation as well. One, investment should also reach rural communities and explore and build cultural and heritage assets, sporting events, and wildlife. To this end, we recommend that over the 2023 medium term, the minister, through the support of the department, should craft an action plan that will incorporate arts, culture, sport, wildlife, and gaming as critical components of the tourism industry. In this regard, the minister should draft the action plan working in collaboration with the minister responsible for arts, culture, sport, and environment. We reiterate that the minister, through the department, need to fast-track review and development of tourism white paper 1996, the Tourism Act 2014, the National Tourism Sector Strategy 2016, the National Grading System to provide policy and strategic direction to grow and expand tourism, to take into account new development such as sustainability consideration, digitalization policy consideration over the medium term. We recommend that the minister before the end of 2023 medium term, with the support of the department, apart from existing fund, should create a dedicated tourism development fund to support tourism industry within a specific focus on regions lagging behind in terms of economic development. Further, private sector financing should be leveraged to broaden access to funding and financing of SMMEs in tourism industry. To this end, the role of National Treasury is essential. In conclusion, South Africa has always attracted visitors from all colonial powers like Britain and Netherlands. Following a big influx of visitors in 2022 and 2023, we call on the department to know that time is running out to seek new markets and continue to focus on markets where there will always be a solid base. This position is made more complex by uncertainty over the future of our national carrier, South African Airways. And while country sells itself easily with its big open spaces and beaches, the crime rate is a concern. That is why a whole of government approach is essential, as outlined by President in his 2023 State of the Nation address, and call for a whole of government approach. The ANC support tourism budget for. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Khai. The next speaker is Honorable Labuschagne.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, honorable Minister, and fellow South Africans. Tourism, as we are all aware, is of vital economic and social importance to South Africa. Presently, tourism's direct contribution to the GDP is bigger than either agricultural, utilities, or construction. Stats SA states that this sector's direct contribution to the GDP was 3.7% or 209 billion rand prior to being crushed by the pandemic. However, Minister, even though statistics have highlighted the huge contribution of tourism to the economy, it appears as if the government does not fully grasp the importance of the sector. To have a national minister of tourism and a department to support you does not suffice. The working relationship between your department and other government departments, together with the inefficiency of these departments, is costing tourism dearly. Minister, you must agree that there seems to be a lack of collaboration between your department, South African tourism, and the private sector. South Africans were recently exposed to the utter arrogance of SAT when they unilaterally took a decision to engage with Tottenham Spurs for a proposed sponsorship deal of close to 1 billion rand. Fortunately, you stepped in and put a stop to that. To see a greater growth in this sector, we need to see a more intensive engagement with the private sector in regard to the crafting of marketing strategies. We need to move away from a unilateral political angle and stop favoring the BRICS countries as they are not translating into the figures and fiscal support we require. Looking at the Department of Transport's backlog in issuing operating license renewals for tour operators is really impacting negatively on this section of the sector. We need to see that your department shows an understanding of and furthermore appreciate the contribution of the sector. The acceleration of processes and policies will go a long way in assisting the tourism industry. Structural challenges such as securing a visa is something that your department, together with the Department of Home Affairs, must sort out as a matter of urgency. The e-visa system was rolled out with great fanfare, but has not yielded the results South Africa was hoping for. We see that American and many European tourists can visit visa-free for up to 90 days And that is why they make up the bulk of tourists visiting our shores. We could see a massive change and increase in travelers if the Department of Home Affairs focused its action on improving visa turnaround times. Department of Home Affairs is currently sitting with an enormous backlog of visa applications, which is having a negative impact on the tourism industry as travelers then choose other destinations to travel to. Another challenge is providing our tourists with a safe environment. Crime against tourism can impede tourism by significantly damaging a location's image, and is therefore vital that more visible law enforcement agents are deployed in the country's hotspot tourism attractions. The National Tourism Safety Strategy does not seem to have the desired outcome and needs to be revised and implemented to garner the travelers' trust, be it international or domestic. Minister, if we look into fixing structural issues that make domestic travel more efficient and accessible, this will inevitably lead to improving the experience foreign tourists have while visiting South Africa. If these experiences are enhanced and broadened, the effect of word of mouth could be exponential for the industry. South Africa has such a rich history which should be exploited, but we find the Apartheid Museum struggling with funding, and Robben Island is in real need of improvements. The lack of attention to these sites with historical relevance speaks to the broader need to rethink how we market our history to tourists. To restart the tourism industry and promote South Africa's brand abroad, emphasis should be distributed between increasing local opportunities and reducing structural barriers. Honourable Chair, with all due respect, on a point of order from where I'm standing, it is not parliamentary for a member of parliament to move between the speaker and the audience. But thank you. I've seen everything in the NCOP, I must say. Yeah, let me try again. To restart the tourism industry and promote South Africa's brand abroad, emphasis should be distributed between increasing local opportunities and reducing structural barriers, improving transportation networks and options, along with rethinking pricing models, will make it easier for South Africans to travel domestically and for anyone interested in visiting South Africa to make the decision to do so, and to tell someone else to do so after having a great experience. Minister, tourism's aspirational target was to reach 21 million tourist arrivals by 2030. Unfortunately, this figure was far out of reach even before the COVID-19 pandemic, and now even more so, with a constant load shedding, which is wreaking havoc on this industry, as the costs to the industry in becoming self-sustainable has been pushed up every single cost related to the sector. Under the current circumstances, your figure of attracting 21 million visitors to our shores are in the mind and unreachable targets, and unless a lifeline is provided to this industry, we could see many more job losses in the near future. To restart and reignite the tourism industry and to promote our brand abroad, emphasis should be distributed between increasing local opportunities and reducing structural barriers, as I've already said. Improving transportation networks and options, along with rethinking pricing models, this will make it easier for South Africans to travel domestically, and for anyone interested in visiting our beautiful country to make the decision to do so. You and your department have it in your hands to achieve the figures you are striving towards. This will require a united front. Every like-minded tourism stakeholder must be giving the assurance from you as the minister that you are in the position to see the industry grow, to enable them together with the government to redefine the travel experience this beautiful country of ours has to offer. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the acting MEC of TEDET in Eastern Cape, Honorable Peters, on the virtual platform.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to you, and also greetings to the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister and MECs that are in the platform, and all the honorable members of this August House, and also viewers at home. Goeienaand, Alma. Honorable House Chair, let me first take this time and appreciate the time I've been given to partake in today's debate. On behalf of the Eastern Cape, I wish to welcome and support the budget vote 38 of the Department of Tourism that has been delivered by Minister Dillon. Indeed, Honorable Chair, tourism has been one of the resilient sectors of our economy during the most difficult economic times of our country. As an enabler for economic growth, we had identified it as one of the pillars of our economic reconstruction and recovery plan. The recovery we are seeing in the provincial economy is partly because of the sector's contribution. As the Eastern Cape, we are well on course with our grand plan to sustain the positive trajectory of the sector so we can have a meaningful contribution to the economy and create more employment opportunities. The Eastern Cape Tourism Master Plan 2032 has identified the following priority development areas. That is visitor experience, destination accessibility, destination management, product development, and transformation. To enhance the visitor experience, the province, in collaboration with the Department of Community Safety, is prioritizing the development of a tourism safety and awareness strategy. This is anticipated to identify activities to be undertaken to deal with crime incidences that detrimentally impact on local communities and tourists alike. To position the Eastern Cape as a premium African destination, statistics from South African tourism show that there were 5.77 million domestic holiday trips in 2022, which were more than 760,000 trips undertaken than in 2021. This indicates a growth of 16% for the Eastern Cape. This was higher than pre-pandemic levels. This has placed the Eastern Cape at position 5 when compared to other provinces. A total spend of 99.4 billion was recorded in 2022 in South Africa. Gauteng contributed the most by 29.6 billion, followed by KZN with 20.1 billion, Western Cape with 12.7 billion, and Limpopo with 11.6 billion. The Eastern Cape contributed 8.7 billion, ranking 5th in the country. This achievement illustrates the success of our smart marketing approach. Despite this success, funding for tourism marketing is a priority. Whilst we appreciate the support from Department of Tourism, more is needed if we are to reach the desired levels of marketing the province as a tourism destination. Honorable Chair, most of the financial resources that have been mobilized through national government and the province were used for infrastructure development, focusing on provincial protected areas. In the last financial year, these funds amounted to 205.5 million. This is expected to continue when implementing the Eastern Cape Seaboard Development and Oceans Economy initiatives. By the end of 2022-23 financial year, the following projects were completed: the development of a 90-seater restaurant and accommodation facility at Cape Morgan Nature Reserve through funding from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. The construction of the hikers huts at Hluleka Nature Reserve, refurbishment of Katz Recreational Area in Port Alfred, refurbishment of Middle Beach ablutions in Port Alfred. These were funded by the National Department of Tourism. We acknowledge lack of innovation of products and lack of diversification of tourism experiences due to inadequate development of rural and township tourism. Inadequate intergovernmental collaborations on tourism to improve effectiveness and efficiency of tourism structures. Capacity building to improve tourism service standards will be enhanced through various initiatives, such as the business incubation programs to improve human resources and skills development. Honorable Chairperson, there is a very slow pace of transformation in the sector, thus urging all spheres of government and the private sector to do more to ensure that marginalized individuals and communities actively benefit from biodiversity and tourism. Our transformation initiatives currently are focused on game management and other tourism-related businesses. We therefore call on the department and other role players to review related policies so we can accelerate full participation of our people into biodiversity and tourism economy. Honorable Chair, in order to catalyze the tourism industry in the country and the Eastern Cape, a number of binding constraints need to be addressed, and these include poor or inadequate resourcing and coordination of tourism plans by all levels of government. The absence of coordinated planning has resulted in poor product packaging, e.g. routes, heritage sites, etc., including marketing, management of content, and an integrated brand. And also poor or inadequate provision of enabling economic infrastructure. Poor or inadequate transport infrastructure makes it difficult for visitors to access tourism products in the province. Furthermore, inadequate tourism safety and security is compounded by the bad state of certain Eastern Cape roads. Certainty of land ownership has made it difficult for commercial ventures to invest in areas with high tourism potential, particularly along the Wild Coast. Honorable Chair, inadequate air service inhibit the ability of international tourists to access the province. The high cost of domestic air travel likewise discourages domestic tourists from visiting the Eastern Cape. All these constraints, Honorable Chair, require collaboration between the province and the national government for solutions. However, Honorable Chair, in order to exploit the identified opportunities in the tourism industry and to address the binding constraints that affect the industry, the Provincial Economic Development Strategy proposes several policy interventions and key initiatives. These include ensuring stronger support for heritage and liberation tourism, ensuring stronger support for sport tourism through exploring partnerships between government and industry, expediting the Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency's commercialization of provincial nature reserves and infrastructure investments, proper tourism planning around the development of the Wild Coast N2 and Wild Coast meander routes, including addressing land tenure and new investments in tourism facilities, umzekelo, Port St. John's waterfront. Tourism skills development through the National Department of Tourism Learnerships, National Chefs Program, and alignment to CAT-SITA program with the needs of industry. SMME support programs undertaken by the Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency, focusing on market access, business development, and service standard product quality and tourism safety. With the support from National Department of Tourism, these are some of the initiatives that could change the tourism landscape of our province for the better. Honorable Chairperson, this time requires customer care and service excellence as paramount antidotes. Teamwork, partnership, and collaboration is the ultimate currency. I want to urge all tourism and hospitality product owners to join us on this journey. We have already shown through the many successful public-private partnerships and collaborations forged during the pandemic that our collective abilities far exceed our individual efforts. In closing, Honorable House Chair, I want to tell travelers across the world and also those that are residing in South Africa that the Eastern Cape stands ready to welcome you all. Eastern Cape it is yours to explore. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Yeah.
Chairperson, we cannot hear you. Chairperson, we cannot hear you.
It seems that it's back again. House Chair, you can hear now. It seems he's back. Yo.
Chairperson, we cannot hear. Chief, can you assist? We cannot hear anything.
I hear you, but the chair seems can't hear us.
We
back again now to
Honorable Chief.
Yes, Chair, we can hear you.
Honorable Chief, we can't hear.
Oh, we can't. Okay. I think
Yes.
okay.
I think because I can only see, I can see that Honorable Paternoster is speaking after myself. I think it's due to that technical glitch that
Even my
we can hear you, Mushodi, but I think it is not all of us that can communicate across each other. We can't hear others.
So who is speaking now, Chief Whip?
it's supposed to be
No,
Honorable
we have
Mushodi.
to wait for the chair to get
Recording
back into
stopped.
connection.
It's supposed to be myself.
Let's wait for the chair. I think the problem is that the chair is not the chair can't hear us, but we'll be advised.
Recording in progress.
and sanitation. Tourists very quickly see where they will be able to receive good basic services and will choose to go to areas where they feel this is better provided. The statistics bear this out. Tourist arrival figures to South Africa indicate that the country is still far behind the 2019 levels. For Europe, the source of most of our key traditional source markets, South Africa is 36% behind the 2019 levels, with the biggest lag seen from France, -45%, Germany, -43.9%, Italy is a -42.5%, and the Netherlands, a -40.7%. And while this continues, other African states are literally eating our lunch. South Africa's current and future arrivals are lagging behind East African competitors and in fact, the global average. Kenya's recovery is 15% behind 2019 levels, while South Africa is still sitting at -40%. It is clear more than ever that a coordinated approach is needed, which would go some way to speed up the recovery of this sector, particularly as South Africa positions itself as a destination that delivers on the greatest of all trips desire so many international travels have coming out of COVID. The government needs to remove all the necessary red tape so that the tourism and hospitality sector has the space it needs, not only to create jobs, but also to promote the destination in such a way that our international visitors see the value that South Africa offers. The bottom line is that the lack of finances are not deterring tourists. Raw sewage and government failures are deterring the tourists. The new deterrence is health hazards and lack of basic services in some provinces. The very basics are being ignored by this inadequate government. Tourists want a carefree break. They don't want raw sewage entering rivers, dams, and our seas. They want a consistent supply of water and electricity. They want safe roads and security. They want to visit tourist attractions that work. Stakeholders and players in the tourism and hospitality industry will tell you that municipalities and the government's failure to provide consistent, safe bulk services is the biggest obstacle to the sustainability of their businesses and the retention of their staff. In a difficult business environment, one only has to look to the Western Cape, and particularly the city of Cape Town, to see the type of coordinated innovation to keep the tourism industry afloat. Persistent power cuts have forced the country's hospitality and tourism industries to proactively source alternative energy and adapt to ensure that the guest experience remains uncompromised. The V&A waterfront, which experienced 80% of its usual footfall in October 2022, has been investing in energy efficiency since 2008, adding 30 million rand in solar systems and leading to a 35% decrease in overall energy consumption. Cape Town's Table Mountain Cableway Company has invested in a hydraulic backup motor that kicks in during load shedding to replace the electric motor that operates its cable cars. Cape Town spends huge efforts attracting digital nomads, working tourists that are estimated to spend individually approximately 50,000 rand during their stay, which has the potential to add up to a significant benefit for our economy. The Western Cape Provincial Government has developed the Municipal Energy Resilience Initiative to enable municipalities, businesses, and private households to generate, procure, and sell power back to the provincial grid on the open market. These are but a few of the examples of how a DA-led government innovate in a coordinated fashion to drive tourism. Sadly, none of these innovations are evident in the current tourism budget. This budget, at best, is a myopic effort at being adequate in an environment demanding excellence. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Makwala.
Oh, don't forget myself, Mushoti.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me greet the minister, the deputy ministers, members of the House. We'll have to also greet the Council of Mogale City who are sitting in the car and addressing this House. Very much disrespectful to this House, took it on herself to take the decorum of this House and put it in the drain. But that's the ANC for you, how they take the people of South Africa. I wonder how is that councillor taking the people of Mogale City? Chairperson, let me first start, Chairperson, by giving a brief of this day of Africa Day. This day is the day that the leaders of the Africa had a vision of one Africa, one currency, open the borders for all of us. That is the vision of today, not dressing in traditional clothes, celebrating. The only way to celebrate this is for the ANC to open the borders for our people. Honorable Chairperson, this year the Economic Freedom Fighters celebrate 10 years of existence and 10 years of being the voice of sanity and superlogic. It has been 10 years of resilience, bravery, and selflessness, despite the many doomsayers who tried to frame the EFF as designed for failure. It has been 10 years of an unbroken struggle for economic freedom. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters reject the budget for the Department of Tourism. Tourism is critical to South Africa's socio-economic development as it provides a number of benefits such as employment, entrepreneurship opportunities. It is a key growth area which can lead to significant job creation across the country. And while the sector is vulnerable to disease outbreak, economic downturns, and other shocks such as climate threats, the minister has failed to revitalize South Africa tourism and has often overlooked and needs to boost it. This department has failed to find ways of making it easy and cheaper to travel within the country. And far too many South Africans still do not have the opportunity to visit other parts of South Africa with the same ease enjoyed by foreign tourists. Initiatives aimed at developing local tourists are often overlooked in favor of non-socially international deals which do not stand to benefit our people. Just recently, the department headlines over 1 billion to sponsor an England team, just imagine, Tottenham Hotspur, a deal which is scheduled to go ahead despite widespread criticism from our people and insult for all South Africans. This department has also failed to address the issue of inequality development, specifically in rural communities. It has ignored rural tourism or leisure activities which could be carried out in rural areas and has failed to revitalize tourism activities such as community-based tourism, eco-tourism, culture tourism, adventure tourism, guest farms, backpacking, riding, and agritourism. Rural areas are often forgotten by this ministry, even though there exists greater potential to bring wild benefit to these areas. Chairperson, this sector has a responsibility to contribute in the economic development of the rural and township communities. Yet, year in and year out, they fail to do so. In all different shapes and development of rural tourism in South Africa is of growing importance in changing the rural tourism landscape of post-apartheid South Africa. Yet the minister has done nothing to promote community-based tourism activities in villages and has created no opportunity to villages and townships. We know this to be true, as during the recent oversight visit which we took in the Northern Cape province, we discovered that the majority of young people in these areas are not included or participating in the tourism industry. And we are equally surprised to learn that the sector is still largely dominated by males, but the minister is female. This sector has made no effort to enhance gender equality, and instead we find that in most cases, females only participate when they are hired as domestic workers or employed for cleaning purposes. It must be clear that this department, that women are capable and they must be given an opportunity to operate as tour guides, game rangers, drivers, as well as guest house operators and managers. Under the leadership of this minister, major historical sites like Robben Island has also left being neglected in need of improvement. Chairperson, the lack of attention paid to sites which historically relevant, whether through poor upkeeping or outreach neglect, speaks to the broader need to rethink how South Africa markets its history to tourism. Much more is needed from this department so as to encourage and popularize heritage sites so that visitors can be able to understand and learn more about our culture diversity. Our tourist sector is on the verge of collapse, just like other state-owned companies. The tourist industry has been a victim of incompetence of a government and failure to protect the industry. The EFF rejected this budget. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Dutoy. Honorable Dutoy.
What about us, Honorable Chairperson?
Honorable Dutoy.
Agbare voorsitter, die toerisme sektor is op hierdie stadium, net soos die landbousektor, een van die segmente van die ekonomie wat aan almal bewys het dat ons nie sal toelaat om slagoffers van die ANC te wees nie. Hierdie regering het met opset deur regulasies en selektiewe hulpverlening en transformasie-inisiatiewe gepoog om groot gedeeltes van die toerisme sektor van kant te maak en te transformeer, maar hulle het nie daarin geslaag nie. Die VF+ loof elke persoon in die toerismebedryf wat nie die afgelope 5 jaar moed opgegee het nie en ten spyte van al die aanslae aangehou en deurgedruk het. Chair, we have seen our employers in the tourism sector scrape the bottom of the barrel to pay out wages when government restricted trade and travel. We've seen our fellowship was put to practice when communities supported businesses locally and prevented them from closing their doors. South Africa, you are proof that your natural urge to survive and to prosper is stronger than the restrictive legislation and laws of the ANC government. When restricted by government, you diversified, evolved, thrived, and excelled with entrepreneurial initiatives. Julle strewe om oorlewing is toonaangewend van 'n nasie wat sal aanhou en wat wel oorleef. In die Noordwes en Noord-Kaap provinsies het verskeie nedersettings
Point of order, Chair.
langs die Vaalrivier en Oranje rivier oor.
Chairperson, point of order.
Dutoy. Honorable Motsamai.
Chairperson. Mara handle, Chairperson, le tlo busa leng ditoloki tsa rona. Ha ele hore ha gona ditšhelete, re boleleng re le thuse gore le etse yang. Because one, ha eyo mo, check. No, ke English. Ke bua ka Setswana nna. Ha gona Setswana mo. Lona le batla ke tlo bua English because le makgwa a mantsho.
No, Honorable members.
Ha gona Setswana mo.
Thanks, Honorable Motsamai. Your order is sustained. As far as I'm concerned, Channel 9 was supposed to have the Setswana, but we'll find out what is the problem.
Okay, let's collapse the meeting. We will see when the Botswana they are here. When the people can interpret for us.
Can you please take your seat?
Collapse the meeting.
They will assist you with Channel 9. Continue, Honorable Dutoy.
On a point of order.
Honorable Motsamai.
Next.
Honorable Motsamai.
On a point of order, Chair. Order. Order, Chairperson. Chair, the reality is that we are sitting here with ANC misdadigers who steals everything that is in their disposal.
Honorable Chairperson,
Honorable
I call order.
Even the order.
Can you take your seat?
Chairperson,
Honorable
order.
Kawuse, can you take your seat?
I call order.
These misdadigers who are
Honorable
sitting
Kawuse.
Order, Chairperson.
I'm
You
raising
are
my
out of
hand.
order. Can you take your seat?
yourselves.
Can you take your seat?
There is
Chairperson,
no
order.
interpretation because you cut
Can you take your
staff.
seat?
You need to be honest to this
Can you
house.
take your seat?
Are sitting with
Honorable
misdadigers here.
Kawuse, can you take your seat?
Strong fools.
Honorable Kawuse, we are totally out of order. Stop what you are doing. Can you continue, Honorable Dutoy?
Ja,
I'll say-
Honorable Chair,
I'm
Honorable
raising my
Chair,
hand.
ki bua Honorable
Chair.
Motsamai
I'm
gewola se
raising my
se le
hand.
hotla se ki bua
On a point of
Afrikaans.
order.
Honorable Motsamai wat se Afrikaans.
On a point of order, please.
In die
House Chair.
Noordwes en Noord-Kaap provinsies het gemeenskappe die afgelope paar maande gebuk gegaan onder rampe en vloede wat hulle getuister het. Voorsitter, hierdie vloedskade het gekom sonder enige regeringshulp, Maar ons waardeer minister De Lille se poging wat sy aangewend het om wel besoek af te lê in Parys in die Vrystaat, waar sy met hierdie besigheidseienaars en van die persone wat direk deur die vloede geraak is, ontmoet het en in gesprekvoering getree het. Dankie daarvoor, minister. Minister, hierdie was egter nie die eerste vloed gewees nie. En ons versoek dat daar beter onderhandeling en skakeling moet wees tussen u departement en die departement water en sanitasie, as ook rampbestuur, aangesien dit blyk dat dit nie noodwendig die geval was met die afgelope vloede nie. Chair, according to Statutes A, the travel and tourism sector's contribution to GDP between 2025 and 2019 used to be in the region of 7.38% to 8.31%. That's a huge contribution. Unfortunately, in 2021, that declined to only 3.2% as a result of the ANC government and the restrictions that were imposed. Voorsitter, ons moet onthou dat hierdie sektor nie bloot net papierbesighede is nie. Die toerisme sektor het ons te doen met individue, families, gemeenskappe wat die toerisme sektor in die gang hou. Die verskillende kultuurgroepe wat 'n rol speel, voorsitter. Menselewens en nalatenskappe is ter sprake. Die regering moet groter fokus begin plaas op die ondersteuning en die bemarking en ontwikkeling van bestaande besighede in hierdie sektor, om werksekerheid en ekonomiese groei en stimulasie tot gevolg te hê. Fokus eerder op die uitbreiding en die stimulering van hierdie besighede wat ruimtes en geleenthede sal skep vir opkomende entrepreneurs om ook te groei en hul voete te vestig in hierdie sektor. Daar's genoeg plek vir almal om deel te neem, nie net om transformasie voorop te stel nie. The tourism sector still has numerous challenges. Load shedding, sustainable clean water supply, restrictive racist labor laws, to name but a few. Die besigheidseienaars langs die Oranje en Vaalrivierstelsels herbou steeds aan die onlangste verwoestende vloede wat al getuister het. Vereniging vir Maasdrift, Orkney, Bloemhof, Douglas, Skymoes en Kakamas. Ek haal my hoed vir julle af. Dank julle dat julle opstaan en bou en verseker dat daar 'n nalatenskap vir julle is en dat julle bydra tot die ekonomie en werkskep. Tourism sector South Africa. You preserve the environment for future generations to enjoy. You offer destinations of excitement and put a fire in the soul. You educate, you inform, you preserve our country's heritage. You give meaning to the term peace and tranquility. You represent the past and the present and stimulate thoughts of the future. You are part of special moments in people's lives. You are the excitement, the journey, and the destination. You are South Africa, and we salute you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Deputy Minister of Tourism, Honorable Mahlalela. Order, members. Order, members. Order. Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, the Minister of Tourism, honorable members of the National Council of Provinces, MECs that are in the platform and that are here in the House, the Director General of the Department and Senior Management, Acting CEO and Executive Managers of the South African Tourism, distinguished guests. More than any other time, the state of our tourism and travel sector has demanded that we inspire and organize all our people to act together as one, mindful that together we all hold our own future in our own hands. As we transit from Africa Month to Youth Month, we do so with vigor and hope always remaining cautious that in everything we do, there's both prospects of great progress and risk of reversal. Indeed, our implementation of the tourism sector recovery plan has demonstrated a remarkable success for the recovery of the sector to the setback of COVID-19, which induced 70% losses of arrivals and earnings. A crude glance at the first quarter of 2023 clearly indicates that domestic travel has far exceeded 2019 numbers. And at the same time, international tourist arrival in South Africa are continuing to recover. In the 2023-2024 budget is clearly dedicated to the revitalization and rejuvenation of the sector that has been so much lost. With the resilience and vibrancy of our people, there is a huge potential of reclaiming our international arrival and demonstrate our appetite for strong recovery. Rejuvenating the country's tourism sector is a key aspect of our country's tourism sector recovery plan, and it aims to ignite economic growth and create jobs. Investing and paying attention to addressing barriers that deter South Africans for exploring their own country is extremely important. It is quite clear information and affordability are the utmost importance to make population travel. Unfortunately, racial and profiling also remains a big concern for many domestic travelers. We'll encourage South African product owners to cater for domestic travelers' needs through various products and offering. Also implement deal-driven campaigns like your Easter, Travel Week, and summer. These campaigns are aimed to inspire domestic segments to get out of their houses and take more day and holiday trips by showcasing a variety of affordable, desired experiences in a clear and accessible manner that are underlined by personal safety messages. In our quest to train youth with requisite skills, during the last financial year, we implemented the Youth Skills Development Program targeting 2,500 retrenched and unemployed youth. These learners were trained on the norms and standards for safe tourism operations. Last financial year, 30 chefs were enrolled in a recognition of prior learning process to obtain a professional qualification. The chefs underwent a RPL process and got awarded an NQF Level 5 Artisan Chefs qualification by the South African Chefs Associations. In this financial year, we're targeting 50 chefs from Western Cape and KwaZulu-Natal to undergo a recognition of prior learning process to obtain professional designation or qualifications. In addition, 660 learners will be trained in food and beverages, with 100 of each of the following provinces: Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest, and Free State, while 120 from Gauteng and 140 from KwaZulu-Natal. On food safety quality assurance, we earmark 165 learners from KZN at the tune of 2.6 million, and professional cookery 120 learners from Northwest at the tune of 2.8 million. We are currently supporting 3 existing incubators program, that is Tourism Innovation Incubator, Food Services Incubator, and Community-Based Tourism Enterprise. For your own information, members of the EFF, all of these are taking place in the rural areas. In addition, 2 new business incubators will be established, that is business advisory services for women in Limpopo in the rural areas, and homestay pilot program in the Eastern Cape, in the rural areas and in the townships. As part of the investment in tourism, I can take you there and show you. As part of the investment in the tourism infrastructure, we funded Sun Parks to implement infrastructure maintenance program in 19 national parks. This program commenced in 2019 and ended on the 31st on 2030, March 2023. The department made a funding of 120 million with an additional of 25.5 million received from the presidential stimulus, employment stimulus. About 145 million was spent on the program, creating 953 temporal jobs in some of the most remote areas in our country, with 345 women, 519 youth, and 30 people with disabilities were employed. In total, 116 SMEs, all of them in the rural areas, were employed in the maintenance program for the Kruger National Park and other national parks. This program created a decent and training opportunities. We are having a training of implementing 29 community projects that the minister has alluded to. All of those 29 community projects are in the rural areas and they are community projects. In this financial year, if you're listening, the minister did mention where. We aim to complete the review of the grading criteria and continue to innovate in this area of work, which include short-term rentals, sustainable and new rentals. The continued growth of the basic quality program, which serves to provide certification in homestays and tourism establishment in the villages, townships, and small dorps, will be rolled in KwaZulu-Natal in the northern part of KZN. The South African National Convention Bureau actively seeking to develop leads for future business events so that South Africa can continuously enhance its bidding pipeline. Business development is one of the key strategies to maintain South Africa's position as the #1 business events destination in Africa and the Middle East, and to retain the destination's competitive advantage in the global sector. A key initiatives will continue in this financial year of business events in villages, towns, and small dorps, thereby aiding the impact of less visited areas throughout the country. We are bidding for 95 bidders this year at a cost of that is going to bring the economy 1.2 billion and a number of visitors coming into our shore. These secured conferences will be hosted in various provinces, mainly Gauteng, Western Cape, Free State, Limpopo, and KZN. South Africa will continue to advance South Africa's tourism interest, participating in multilateral fora, which is UN, WTO, BRICS, SADC fora, and G20 and AU. The department will, in this financial year, continue to host 2 diplomatic outreach programs with special focus on Asia and Africa. We will work harder to make the development of the Eastern Europe, Asia, particularly China, India, and the African continent. Let me conclude by saying, let us work together to make tourism an enterprise for everyone in our quest to build earnestly a prosperous sector that will benefit all our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, TM. Thank you, TM. The next speaker is Honorable Lund.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Goeienaand, achtbare de Lille, members of the House. We are currently sitting with a 32.9% unemployment rate, youth 45.6%. The easiest way and one of the lowest hanging fruit to tackle is to make sure that we enable the tourism market. Now, Honorable de Lille, the first thing you'll have to do is to educate your cabinet colleagues that the success of tourism is not just about having a mountain and having oceans, as Honorable Tulas Nlaisi thinks. However, I don't know if they would fully comprehend that, because I don't see a lot of tourists going to the Horn of Africa, even though there's an ocean. The big thing is you need an enabling environment for the private sector to offer a broad basket for a tourist market. That's as simple as it is. You need to make sure that all of the tourist markets that feed into one another are connected. Now, we missed Honorable Mshodi's speech because after 4 years on the online platform, in the committee, she still showed that she cannot raise her hand, and today she showed that she cannot even unmute.
You're out of order. It's not the problem.
I must say, Honorable Mshodi gets trumped. She gets trumped by the House Chair in Ngwenya. But at least the House Chair in Ngwenya, you are here. Unlike our Chief Whip that has been absent for months and months and months, and just every now and then pops up and adds no value to the House. You get paid to be in the House and manages, Honorable Chief Whip. It's time to come back. So you wonder why. Yes, that's correct. I will point that out. It's very important. They get paid to be in the House and they're not here. So now what we need to talk about is why it is that the tourist numbers in the Western Cape skyrocket, and elsewhere in the country, it has flatlined or it has gone down. It is not that difficult. I mean, if you compare Durban to Cape Town now, you would much rather go to beaches on Cape Town because more often than not, you will be a lot safer. You won't have to swim through sewage in Cape Town compared to Durban. You have LEAP officers that make an impact, that make it safe for tourists to come here. So if you come into the Western Cape, you will have small towns connected with one another on roads that do not have potholes. That allows tourists an opportunity to experience diverse offerings. So, Honorable Delo, I'm not 100% sure, though, about your commitment to this portfolio, because you were brought in as an insurance policy for the ANC when they fall below 50%. You were given a very important department, and then the Beitbridge saga happened. Parliament burned down. Honorable Motsumai, you're asking why there's no translation services. Here's the reason. The translators' boxes burned down, and that's why they don't have a place to work from anymore. So the problem is, Honorable Delil, I think you're so fixated in fixing your own party where 3 of your only ward councillors in the country, all of your ward councillors in the country resigned. All of your ward councillors resigned and they left. So you're a dying party. The ANC is already replacing you with the PA. So you won't be the kingmaker. Honorable Delil, there's one thing.
As you conclude, Honorable Lund.
There's one thing what we need to remember, and this, the EFF finally embraced the full diversity that Africa offered. Yesterday, the EFF put a candidate, Lulu de Bruin, that even beat the ANC, even though the DA still won the ward. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, order members.
House Chair, can I draw your attention? I'm raising a hand. I was respecting Honorable Lund.
Honorable Chief Whip, you are
On a point
recognized.
of order. Thank you. House Chair, we need to put it on record that there was a technical glitch. There was a disconnect between members in the chamber and members.
That's not a point of order, Chair. Sorry, not a point of order.
Honorable Ryder, you can't do that. You can't call a point of order whilst we are still listening to a point of order. Let's allow Honorable Chief Whip to finish. Can you continue, Honorable Chief Whip?
Honorable Lund says that Honorable Mshodi and Honorable Hadebe could not, still today, on 4 years of virtual, could not raise a button on raise your hand. It's not the case. even the matter was reported. That's why we are not disrespectful of the House. We could only hear ourselves, those who were on virtual, instead of members in the chamber. That's why even other members thought that we were disrupting the proceedings in the House. It is not the case. We can't. And even it went further, Chair, but the point I'm making is that both Honorable Hadet and Moshodi immediately notified us, and we're trying to communicate that message. It's a pity that that message, but the table staff can confirm that technical glitch impacted on those that were outside the chamber. So members cannot be disadvantaged from participating in the debates. I'm not saying you are doing that, but I appeal to you, Chair, that please consider that members are ready to participate in the debates. And other matters of what Honorable Mukausi raised, I don't want to venture in it, but it insulted the House and said all seated in that House are thieves and criminals, which is incorrect to abuse language. But Chair, I appeal to you that those two members are disciplined. This is a hybrid city. This is a hybrid city. So I'm just appealing to you that to make a ruling. Thanks.
Thanks, Honorable Chief Whip. Let's continue with the debate. I understand there were some glitches, but because the ordering of the speakers is in a particular way, and that created a problem. And instead of adjourning and allowing the glitches to be sorted, of course, it was reasons outside of their own making. We understand that, but already we have passed that stage. Thanks for bringing it to the attention of the House that it is beyond their control, the members who's on the virtual platform. Honorable Dango, it's our next speaker. Deputy Chair, before Honorable Dango.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. We've been raising our hands then when Honorable Makause was speaking. And I really think we need to determine whether it is correct and parliamentary to call people misdadigers and tronkvols, because it is unacceptable language that she has been using. And I think it is casting aspersions on members of this House. So I really want you to determine whether it is parliamentary. Dat iemand kan opstaan en ander mense misdadigers en tronkvols noem. Ons beskou dit as 'n belediging. En die feit van die saak is, Chairperson, ek gaan nie antwoord op wat hierdie mense sê nie, maar ek voel julle sal moet inkyk daarin. En ons gaan ook nie langer aanvaar om beledig te word in hierdie huis.
Order, Chair.
I'm not taking a point of order. Let's allow.
I just want to say the Honorable Lucas mustn't be a crybaby. When you Honorable
can't do that. You sit down. Continue, Honorable Dango.
Baby, but you are going too far. You are going too
Thank you, Chairperson.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Chairperson, as I speak to the budget and not to the peripheral things,
Point of order.
I hope people will listen. In the world of tourism,
Chairperson, point of order.
Sorry, Honorable Dango. Honorable Hatebe.
Honorable Chairperson.
Yes.
Yes, I'm raising a point, Honorable Chairperson, that you are presiding over the sitting. That includes the system of the sitting. So if the system glitches, it's not the fault of the members. And the speakers list, yes, you have an authority over it, but it was decided prior. It was not the making of the members who were skipped, like myself and Honorable Moshodi. So I feel, yes.
Honorable Hatebe, already Chief Whip made that point, and I sustain the point of order. But beyond that, I indicated that I've decided not to collapse the House and continue with the speakers because of the numbering. Okay. If people are dissatisfied with my ruling, there's a process that we have to do. I'm not going to review my ruling. We've moved on, but the point of order is in order, but let's allow the debate to continue. Let's have Honorable Dango continue the debate.
Thank you, Chairperson. As I continue, tourism is a genuine driver of solidarity and development It has fully harnessed its power to bring people and communities together, abiding the global ethics for tourism. This way, tourism can keep delivering better opportunities and sustainable development for millions across the globe. Tourism is widely recognized as a key driver of economic growth, and as we reconstruct our economy, it ought to be acknowledged for its potential to contribute significantly to the realization of an inclusive economic growth agenda and job creation. Our economic reconstruction and recovery plan recognizes that the tourism sector as a focal growth point. Able to absorb varying skills levels through employment, it also alludes that industrial linkages of the sector have important implications for the general stimulation of South Africa's economy through the multiplier effect from the expenditure side. And in the fall of the demand of related sectors such as agriculture, transport, petroleum has started filtering through the economy. Gross value addition in this sector is rooted in the value chain and has a strong relationship and linkages with other sectors of the economy. To this effect, for many women, rural communities, indigenous peoples, and many other historically marginalized populations, tourism has been a valuable vehicle for integration, empowerment, and generating income. It has enabled service delivery in remote locations, supported economic growth of rural areas, and provided access to training and jobs, and often transformed the value of communities and societies that ascribe to their cultural and natural heritage. The tourism sector recovery. The COVID-19 pandemic, and it was a pandemic. If people so want to dispute that it was a pandemic as people are disputing today, I think they should still have lived at that particular point in time, and they should have considered the doctors and the medical scientists and their expressions of what should happen and should not happen. So I think as we belittle the whole question of the state's response to COVID-19, we have to take that into account. The COVID-19 pandemic ravaged the tourism industry sector literally and brought it to its knees. However, we remain confident in our conviction that is there any sector that is able to bounce back from a catastrophic disaster stronger and better, it is without a shadow of doubt the tourism sector. We can already bear witness that the measures and the reforms that the ANC government have put in place and recommended in the tourism recovery plan are bearing fruit. A total of 849,675 tourist arrivals were recorded in January 2023, which was an increase of 125% compared with the same month in 2022. If we look at the performance of the sector in the continent, research from the department shows that 4 of the top African source markets remained in the same position in those periods, namely Lesotho, Eswatini, Botswana, and Zambia, which ranked 2, 2nd, 4th, and 5th and 8th position respectively. Zimbabwe moved up from 3rd to 1st position in 2023 when compared to 2022. Angola and Kenya replaced Tanzania and Nigeria in the top 10 listings in this period. All top 10 countries recorded a positive growth, with Zimbabwe recording the highest increase of 264%, followed by Kenya and followed by Angola. As we develop our tourism market, we should develop the SADC market and not only South Africa, because when we're selling tourism, we're selling SADC. Women and youth and persons with disabilities. We are encouraged to see that our government, through various infrastructure projects, has been able to contribute to the much needed jobs, as well as to support the most vulnerable in our society, women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Evidently, just yesterday, the Deputy Minister was on the ground in the Agulhas National Park to assess the progress of the department's infrastructure development program at the Lighthouse Project precinct in the park. The department endorsed this link for tourism and its enhancement at the Angalas National Park, which focused on the construction of the iconic Map of Africa monument, construction of 1 kilometer rehabilitation road, and the remain of the realignment of the boardwalk. This 14 million rand project was phase 1 and was completed in 2018. The second phase of the Lighthouse project commenced in 2017. It includes a 60-seater ocean view restaurant, a reception area, an interpretive center, a curio center, vendor stalls, paving and walkways, and a conference facility. This project is to be completed by 2024. The department provided a budget of 54,704,000 for this phase of the particular program. The ANC welcomes that the department over the METF will allocate 82.7 million to the Fund of Operational Expenditure with the Enterprise Development and Transformation sub-program in the Tourism Support Services Program. This will provide developmental support to enterprises while establishing a channel of emerging operators within the sector. SME support. The Department of Tourism is supported through funding 30 small to small SMEs to attend the World Travel Market Africa and display their offerings and products. Of the 30 SMEs, 25 are majority Black owned, of which 16 are women funded, while 2 businesses are run by the youth. Half of the operators were the providers of accommodation and other services. Chairperson, we remain hopeful that through collaborative efforts and forging a strong social compact, these issues can be addressed. What also gives us courage is that knowing that while the sector is easily susceptible to economic shockwaves, it has proven to be resilient and managed to build a Black and stronger and better industry. Chairperson, as I conclude, I want to just say to Minister De Lille, Minister De Lille, this is Africa Day. You and I worked together to bring back the exiles. And it did not matter if we said Maibuya or Izweretu, we brought them back together. We brought them back in unity. We brought them back to shape a better future for a united, transformative, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic South Africa. Unfortunately, some of our partners who entered with us into that kind of negotiation did not respect that particular position. They were there, they entered the negotiations with a particular agenda. They left and now become the opposition, but they become the opposition for the minority in this country and not for the majority to transform. With that, I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, there was a point of order raised about some utterances made by Honorable Makause. But what will happen is that, yeah, we are correct, it's not here. I'll definitely go through Hansard to check what was said by Honorable Makause so that we can have a proper ruling out of what she has said in this house. Honorable delegates, that concludes the debate. I'd like to thank the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Honorable De Lille. Before I can go to that, I was dealing with the ruling. I'll allow the Honorable Minister to conclude the debate. Honorable Minister, it's because of what you are doing, Honorable Matebula. Honorable De Lille, we are the last one, sorry. Order, let's allow the minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just want to make 3 quick points. The first is I want to assure members that definitely we are working together. On the e-visa system, I met with Minister Motsoaledi. He will making an announcement soon on the digital nomads visas. I'm working together with the Minister of Transport on the issue of tourist license. Therefore, I can tell you today there are 418 in the system, and we are working to bring a moratorium on the harassment of tourism operators next week. I'm working with the Minister of DCAS, Minister Zizi Kodwa. We've identified all the heritage sites in South Africa, starting with Robben Island and all the others. And there's a specific plan that we are working on how to promote them, but also how to do some repairs there. The Tourism Equity Fund that was stuck in the legal system for almost 2 years has been finally settled, Honorable Chairperson. 1.4 billion rand in the Tourism Equity Fund is now available. We are working on a concept plan together with the Deputy Minister and other departments so that we can start releasing that money. Also, I would really encourage members, Honorable Chair, and the DG is here, that if you want a list of all the green incentive programs that we are doing. Just 2 weeks ago, I went here to Grabouw. There's the Hou Hoek Hotel. There are many of these small institutions that we've been assisting to green, you know, put solar panels on and with water. Get that list, go and encourage them. They do need your encouragement. Similarly, I will also encourage members to get a list of all the training that the Deputy Minister spoke about. Go and encourage those young people where we are training them and give them hope so that we know that they have hope in our country going into the future. Also, in terms of the, I would like to get from the EFF member where in the Northern Cape he was making a reference to. But again, I would encourage the committee chairperson to call this South African Tourist Township and Village Association. You will be surprised what good work they are doing. They told me, Minister, nothing about us without us. And so we are working closely with them. Again, they will show you what is happening in the small dorpies and towns. Yes, in terms of the, there's one point, sorry, where did I put it? Yeah. Yes. In terms of the statistics, Honorable Dango, you're right. Last year, we received just over 5.7 million tourists in 2022. 4 million came out of Africa. Again, in the first quarter of this year, we received 1.2 million. Again, it was led by Zimbabwe and Mozambique. And therefore, we have to focus on the continent. And we have to make sure that we deal with the visa issues. But people can travel already freely within SADC. So that is a very, very important market for us. We have seen a decrease in the first quarter from the UK market of 135,000 tourists. So the tourist figures go up and down. But, you know, there are some honorable members that participate in the debate that I don't think that they know how to spell tourism. So let alone understand what is tourism, because they got no idea and certainly cannot give advice. In Afrikaans sê hulle die dwaase man bou sy huis op die sand. Nou as jy dwaas is, en jy koop mense, hulle koop raadslede oor vir 40,000 rand, en dan kom sê hulle hier, hulle het bedank. Ons weet hulle die mense omgekoop. Moenie, ja, jy's het was, jy die mense oorgekoop, dis wat die DA gedoen het. Maar ons sal nie nou met hulle bekommerd wees nie, voorsitter. We are there to build this country. We are there to give hope to our people in this country. And with or without those who say our country is going nowhere, we will continue to give hope to our people and build our country together without the dwaase. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable delegates, that concludes the debate. I would like to thank Minister Dilil, Deputy Minister Mahlalela, special delegates, MECs, Salga representatives for availing themselves for this important debate. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister and DM and the special delegates, MECs. Then I will allow Mama House Chairperson Ngwenya to come and make the outstanding ruling of yesterday before we can conclude today. Honorable House Chairperson Ngwenya.
Thanks very much, House Chairperson Nyambi. Honorable members, I'll start with the introduction. Honorable delegates, during the policy debate on budget vote 10, public enterprise and budget vote 14, transport. Honorable Lords, raise on a point of order. I undertake to consult Hansard and revert to the House, despite my undertaking that I will return to the House with the ruling at the later stage. Honorable Lord, with a loud voice, Perry stated that I deliver the ruling immediately. Honorable delegate, my undertaking was made within the context of the Rule 69/6 of the ruling of the National Council of Provinces, which allows, when a point of order has been raised, a presiding officer the right to make a ruling immediately or defer the decision to the later stage. The insistence of Honorable Lords that I make a ruling immediately after a point of order have been raised was therefore misplaced. Honorable Lords, point of order was directed at the statement by the Deputy Minister of Public Enterprise, Honorable Obed Papel, that Nana is willing to sell his soul if he has one. Close quote. Honorable Lords, paraphrase this word to mean Honorable Nana doesn't have a soul. Issue. The question that arises is whether Honorable Bapela said Nana is willing to sell his soul if he has one. If he did, whether the statement may be interpreted to mean that Honorable Nana doesn't have a soul, as paraphrased by Honorable Lord, and therefore unparliamentary. Ruling. Listen. Having viewed the record as indicated above, I have assented that Honorable Papel is recorded to have said Nana is willing to sell his soul if he has one. The question is whether This statement is capable of being interpreted to mean that Honorable Nana doesn't have a soul, as stated by Honorable Lord. Although Honorable Bapela did not say Honorable Nana doesn't have a soul, his statement that Nana is willing to sell his soul, if he has one, seems to cast aspiration on the integrity of Honorable Nana. This may mean that Honorable Nana is willing to express views, even if he does not believe in them or is not committed to those views. As Honorable Delegate, we assume that each delegate is here to represent his or her constituency, and as such expresses to view of the constituency. I therefore rule, although Honorable Bapela did not make the statement as alleged by Honorable Lord, the statement he made reflect negatively on the integrity of dignity of Honorable Nana. I therefore rule the statement made by Honorable Bapela to be unparliamentary. I thank you. The House is adjourned.
Recording stopped.